Hey, it's Toya Combine Roar! Or, if it's morning for you, I was about to say Toyasumi. Toyo! Hello, happy time zone, everyone. Happy Sunday. Yes, yeah, more great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Eggert Benedict was giving us some problems yesterday, but we managed to stop him from getting away with the overcoat that just so happens to belong to Magnus McGilded. And also, you know, the receipt for that, for the storage, was somehow given to Gina, which most likely has something to do with the fact that, like, you know, Gina was involved with the McGilded case 2 months ago. Yes. So, yeah, we're gonna get back into it. We're gonna, you know, hopefully find out what the deal is with, you know, what the deal is with McGilded, what the deal is with the music discs, and, you know, among other things, and also what the setup is for the pawnbrokery, because most likely this area is going to be part of whatever case we're potentially going to get, right? And also, from what I understand, from what I remember, because again, I've never like fully completed this game before, right? Like playing it on stream is the first time I've ever played this game. So what I understand is that this is the end of the adventure portion, which is the first game in the duology. So after that, then we'll be getting into the second portion. So it's one story told between two games, which I honestly like. I really like that, because like they had a clear vision on what they wanted to do, and so the execution was really awesome, and that's why like people desperately wanted Capcom to localize this in English, and they did. In a up-res thing. So yeah, if you can see my mouse on the screen, so now it's actually matching my movements. Ooh, look, you can see me going into the black screens and whatnot. Yeah. So I downed the resolution a bit. It went from like, what was it, 2000 something down to like 1980. 1980? Was it 1980? 1920. Yeah. So this works now. This works now. But in any case, I'm dilly-dallying. But actually, no. I wanted to talk about something. So, just personal life stuff. So, this morning, I guess, I had to basically fix my bathroom's mirror cabinet, like one of the hinges. So one of the hinges, what I noticed is that when I close my cabinet, right, it doesn't close all the way. So you can push it down like flush, but then it'll come up a little bit. So I figured, okay, something's wrong with like the hinges or something, right? So I went to take a look. Lo and behold, like the last hinge from the top, right, was basically coming out from the frame, and I'm like, crap. All right, so I went to look at it. And I'm like, so basically whenever I open up. So it's coming up from the frame, so it's not like forcing the door or the cabinet to be flush. So what was happening was that, essentially, I'm not sure like how whoever like built my cabinet did it, but basically like it was either not tightly screwed, or like maybe there was like a humidity issue with my bathroom or something. But like basically the screws for the hinge were going like diagonal, so like it shifts, and it kind of makes the hinge like move, which basically kind of makes it dig around and stuff. And I'm like, well, crap. So I pulled out what little self-fix tools that I can. I basically unscrewed it, use like a glue resin plaster thingy to like fill in the holes, let it set for a bit, and like enough for it to like be a little bit more solid and pliable, and I can like, you know, do things like if I want to sand it, if I want to like drill in it and whatever. And then I just like drilled in like the main attachment, like the main, like the I don't know how you would call it, like the main like securing not the securing guarding. No, basically like the bracket. Yeah, there we go. Like I screwed in, I drilled in the bracket, right? And I just left it there for a bit, just so like it can kind of fully solidify and fully strengthen. And then after a while, like I think like maybe 3 or 4 hours, I decided to like properly set the hinge back onto the bracket, and now it works. And I'm just like, damn, this was kind of stressful because I didn't want to like cause more problems than it already is causing. And I'm like, damn. Okay. But yeah, that was my little adventure this morning of just fixing things up. So let's just get into the game. The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, Part 2. Let's go! 15th April, Baker Street. Say? That's why I ate grown-ups. If you say so, Gina. I mean, to be fair, that guy really was a thief, so... All they do is feed you a pack of lies and take stuff away from you. Oh really, Miss Lestrade? Tell me, is that overcoat keeping you warm? What? Oh my, surely you were given that. Yeah, the D let me keep it. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, the D let me keep it. After I looked daggers at him for long enough. Oh, the D, the detective, okay. He went through the pockets and then said, go on then, have it, before telling me to scrap... Scopper? Okay. Ooh. Always pays off giving people a look like you ate them. I can't help feeling that it's gonna get you into serious trouble one day. I mean, to be fair, like... Because, you know, okay, so in the Sherlock Holmes novels, we know Gregson is one of the detectives, but obviously we know, like, Lestrade is also a detective. You know, maybe not this iteration yet, so, like, I guess Gina's taking the form of, like, the, back alley street urchins that Holmes uses as, like, his information network. Or maybe she'll become a detective, who knows, right? I don't know what how her story is gonna go, but, like, I do like her in design, so let's keep on keeping on. What I really wanted was that nice shiny disc, mine. The music box disc? But Mr. Windibank said it was practically worthless, but also, yeah, he said that because he couldn't, like, actually properly verify, like, he couldn't play it. So he had absolutely no idea of what value it may or may not have. And given the fact that, like, he can't play it with, like, a British music box, right? Like it's in a sense of, like, it's worthless for the common Londoners, because most likely they wouldn't have a music box to be able to play that disc, right? So it is worthless to them, and in that essence, because he's not going to be able to sell it, is worthless for him too. I think I'm gonna go and have another bash. Give him a good long hard stare. I think not, Miss Lestrade. We shan't enter Windibank's again today. Why not? That's not fair! It can't be helped, I'm afraid. Yeah, it basically became a crime scene, right? The police are investigating the scene now, and taking a statement from Mr. Windibank. And that disc mine! I had to take it for this coat, and it was in this coat's pocket. And there should be something else and all. That's what that wrong cove say, ain't it? Yes, he did mention something about another article, didn't he? Like, there are 2 discs, right? Oh then, that's mine too, whatever it is. Oh, she's really pushing her luck. Wait, I'm gonna take a look at her court records. Eggert Benedict, it's not his name, we know that. Question mark, we don't know his age. A young English gentleman with an aloof and high-handed manner. He appeared at Windibank's pawnbroker, accusing Gina of stealing his redemption ticket. I mean, here's the thing, like, shouldn't Windibank have known that he was full of it? Because, like, Gina fulfilled the 3 things needed to retrieve the article, which is name what was being stored, right? Name what was being stored, give the passphrase, and pay for the damn thing. She did all 3 of that. So, like, was he so quick to be like, oh, it's actually yours because you have the what was it, the watchword as well? Just because like he's dressed up better, that's insane, man. You're going against your own rules, right? But in any case, Mr. Strahd, I think it's time to admit defeat. You've had your haul for the day. Yeah, and it's all your fault, chums. So what are your plans now? Will you dine with us this evening? Eh? Oh yeah, she's friends with Iris now, right? Iris will be delighted to cook, I'm sure. Sure. That, frick. Accents, come on, I can do this. Iris will be delighted to cook, I'm sure. And I might entertain you with a modest violin recital. Dots. Aww. She's a little tindery. Nota. Oh. Oh, to come around your place, eh? I realized you're right or something. Oh, she ran off. Gina, no! What about Dindins? Oh dear, she's gone. Having reviled on me quite unnecessarily, I might add. I can't help wondering if perhaps she might turn up anyway. Interesting. Once she's had a chance to calm down, I think there's a good chance she'll decide to come. Dots. Very well then. I'll inform Iris to set a place for our potential guests at the dinner table this evening. And one more thing. I should be glad of your company later, too. Sorry? He's inviting you out for dinner, Renosuke, like, come on. I believe I will have a rather splendid surprise to show you. Oh, how exciting! What is it? You shall have to wait and see, Mr. Sato. Until later, then. Oh, okay then. Just want to take a look around, see if there's any changes. Doesn't seem like it, so let's just move on. Let's move. Wait, what? Let's go back to the consultancy. Oh. Can I converse? What to do? Can it really be that... Wow. Can it really be that we've been in Great Britain for 2 months already? Yes. It's gone by in a flash, hasn't it? And what an English gentleman you've... Go on. That I've become, right? That I've become... Right? You trod off there, Miss Sasato-san. I'm so sorry. When I thought it through, I realized it's not at all true, actually. I simply don't feel that any Britishness has really rubbed off on you. Nor you, to be honest. Well, that's obviously because, well, she's in a kimono, but still. Yes, I know. Without a doubt, it's your kimono. It most certainly stands out. I do adore the attire of English ladies. It's quite delightful. But somehow, I just don't feel ready to abandon my Japanese dress just yet. I wonder how Susanoo-san would look in Western clothes. That would be interesting to see. Well, we might see it for the second portion of the game. You know, because we can use the DLC outfits for that one. Okay, let's go to the suite. Alright, the sweet life of Sholmes and Iris. 15th April, 3:46 p.m. Sholmes' suite. Wow, that was, what was it? We woke up at 9:15. 10, 11, 12. That was like 6.5 hours. Okay, interesting. Ah, Susie, I'm Bruno. Come in. Good afternoon, Iris. Thank you so much for breakfast this morning. Oh, don't mention it. Goodness, look at the time already. Busy as always? I am. I'm preparing everything for dinner this evening. Already? You're obviously cooking something special. Oh, excuse me, gosh. You're obviously cooking something special, are you? Oh, yes. After all, we have a special guest joining us. Guess who it is? Go on. You'll never guess. Gina, right? Look at those little eyes of hers shining. Oh dear. It is awkward when you already know the answer, isn't it? It's Ginny! Isn't it exciting? Oh, what a surprise! Yes, that's wonderful news! Hey Loco Bit, how are you doing? We're doing a little bit of Great Ace Attorney Chronicles right now, so I'm very poorly switching between my normal accent and like a really faux British one. But I hope you're doing good today. Wow, Iris seems overjoyed at the idea. I can't wait to learn some pickpocketing tips from a real professional. You're gonna learn pickpocketing from her, really? Oh yes, that does sound like fun. Should we be encouraging this? She's 10. Dude, Ryunosuke. the little frown. I'm not sure that's entirely appropriate. Are you, Mr. Naruto? By the way, Iris, what's Mr. Sholmes up to? Yes, 1 minute courthouse the game. Exactly. Let's go. Early? Oh, he's been like that ever since he got back. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. I beg that you won't speak to me. Sorry? I don't know who you are, but kindly take your leave. Did you get retrograde amnesia? What's happening? As you can see, I'm not here. Is this not you right here? Are we not perceiving you, Mr. Sholmes? Hello? I see that your violin's actually its proper color, shade, luster, and you know, everything. But, bro, what? Dots. I don't know how to respond to that. I do apologize. When he gets like this, he's completely oblivious to everything. Yes, I see. Really, he behaves just like a child sometimes. Oh, he does. Which is kind of ironic coming from a child, you know? Mr. Sholmes and Iris have something of a parent and child relationship, don't they? Sholmes emo mode again, yes. Yes, except that Iris is clearly the parent here. Come to think of it, I wonder where her real parents are. I mean, well, her birth parents, but still. Ryunosuke, you gotta be a bit more mindful of that. What's the matter, Runo? You have ever such a funny look on your face. Oh, no, it's nothing. I know what it is. Do you? Why does this girl live here with Mr. Sholmes, you're wondering? Am I right? Close. Very, very close. How? How did you... Oh, Runo, I can read you like a book. This girl is dangerous. Don't worry. You can ask me anything. I don't mind. Okay. If you're being open about it, all right. Where are your birth parents? Ginny. So, by Ginny, you mean Miss Lestrade, the young woman from the McGilded case 2 months ago, right? Yes, who also stole my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Although, after that trial, I invited her back here and we had dinner together. Police, useless. Judge, lacks of object permanence. Alibi, doesn't exist until you found someone else to put the crime on. Exactly! It's like I remember like reading seeing like a fandom of this comic basically where it's like Phoenix it's like a fan comic for the original Ace Attorney where basically Phoenix proves that like the defendant couldn't have possibly been there, and then they're just like, well, do you know who did it? And it's like, no, because that's not my job. My job is just to defend my client. Well, then it's like, well, someone needs to go to jail and guilty. It's like, it's basically it. It's like, but I guess it's more of like a thing of like beyond a shadow of a doubt that this person is like, not guilty. I mean, like, yeah, exactly. But it's like, eh. And now we're the best of friends. Aw, that's cute. Oh, what a lovely tale. Yes, now if I bump into her on the street, she runs away as fast as she can. She runs as fast as she can? Really? Oh. And I chase after her down the back alleys. It's not just guilty until you're proven innocent, it's guilty until you've found someone else guilty. I mean, honestly, it kind of... I mean, it's meant to also be reminiscent of, like, the Japanese court system in a sense of, like... If you kind of look it up, as a whole, prosecutors win, like, pretty much, like, all the time. Like the defense almost never wins. So, like, they have a very high... Like, the prosecution has an extremely high win rate in general. So I guess it's kind of like, you know, you are faced up against pretty much almost like insurmountable odds. So like, whenever you're able to actually get a win, at, like, as the defense in the Japanese courts, it's actually like kind of insane. Like it's a really hard feat to pull off. So from what I understand, I could be completely wrong, but it's more of a thing of like it's like less of winning and more about like doing the best you can to like lighten the sentence, essentially. But let's carry on. Interesting idea of friendship. And then I'd like to have the latest color of smoke grenade I've developed. So that's why she still has it, you just gave it to her, right? Oh. There's so many beautiful colors in the world. Genie wants me to make a whole rainbow. I suppose this means you've let Miss Lestrade keep the smoke grenade launcher, have you? Yes, that's right. I've got bored of it anyway. Hurley always reacts the same way when I shoot him with it now. You just shoot him with a smoke grenade launcher? Iris, why? Or Hurley? How was that guy called? Yeah, Sholmes, Sherlock Sholmes, the world's greatest, the world's only consulting detective. Ooh, I can't wait for Ginny to arrive. It's been too long since she last came over. I'm so excited. I just hope she does come. She does actually come. All right, living with Sholmes, Sherlock Sholmes, fun, exactly. Like there is a localization reason why, like, it's Sherlock Sholmes. So in the Japanese release, in the original like Japanese release for the 3DS, it is just straight up Sherlock Holmes, like, right? So it's like Sherlock Holmes and Iris Watson, right? But basically when you're localizing into English, you can't really use like the Sherlock Holmes name lightly, because it is a property that's still controlled by the what was it, the Conan Doyle Foundation. I think that's what that's called. Like whoever like owns the licenses for like Sherlock Holmes. So they had to localize it differently. So he's Sherlock Holmes now, and in a way it fits in better with generally how the localization for Ace Attorney is done anyway. So it fits in like thematically with how the localization has been done for years on end, and it actually works really well. So yeah. Anyways, living with Sholmes. I'm sure you've been wondering why it is that I live here with Hurley, haven't you? Well, it has crossed my mind. That and where are your real parents? Oh, the somber look. Does he do anything useful? Are we defending him? We live in it on like in his roof, look a bit. So like Herlock still is a detective. He basically is our friend. He's our buddy, and he essentially like in a way like he seems incompetent in the game, but I have the feeling that he's basically like lying or like putting on a facade of being incompetent to essentially teach us and guide us on how to be like better observers and detectives in a way, and like better lawyers in a way. Because like every time he makes a deduction, it's like a little bit off, just a little bit off, and then we have to like go in to like help out and like help like course correct the deduction. But it's sometimes it's like too on the ball, and then he just makes up something that's like completely absurd. So I've got the feeling that he's basically been like kind of putting on a facade, and it's just like actually Giga Brain, but he's just like basically like, oh, I've got time. I can show you the ropes, but I'm not gonna be like straightforward about it. So he's playing exactly. My mommy and daddy aren't with me anymore. Mummy passed away when I was born. And at around the same time, my father... Well, he had to go to a faraway land because of one of the cases he and Hurley were working on. Oh. Wait a minute. Wilson. Right, Dr. Wilson? Did you say he and Hurley? Yes. Daddy and Hurley were always solving mysterious cases together. She didn't mention that before. He wrote them all up in his diaries. That's what's in the metal metal chest over there. Really? He recorded them all. So, you mean it's true? Mr. Sholmes really did have a partner with whom he tackled some of his most taxing cases. Oh yes! I mean, it's always nice to have one, isn't it? So Mr. Sholmes' partner was your father? Exactly! Hurley told me I wasn't allowed to look in the chest. But that only made me want to look even more, so I opened it up. And found your father's memoirs. Yes, so I asked Hurley, who wrote these? He nearly fell off his chair. But then he told me. That's when I found out that the author of all those accounts was my father. So Iris's father was Mr. Sholmes' partner, and okay, yeah, we're reiterating that point a lot. So who's your dad? We only know one other Wilson, right? So is it that guy? I've practically lived with Hurley all my life. I was tiny when he took me in. Aw, smallress. So, it came as quite a shock. Wait, so did you go by like Iris Sholmes or something? Wilson Hewson. When Hurley told me he wasn't really my daddy, I mean, it must have. I wonder why Mr. Sholmes chose to tell you. And at such a young age. Oh, the shimmering. Hurley says it's because he wouldn't have been able to hide it from me. Oh? Well, having lived with Hurley all these years, you might say that his ways have rubbed off on me. There are some things I can just see. For observational skills. Especially lies. I almost know when people are lying before they open their mouths sometimes. Right. Anyway, I was so fascinated when I read Daddy's diaries. That's what inspired me to write The Adventure of Sherlock Sholmes, actually. I always assumed Mr. Sholmes simply told you all those sterling stories. Oh no, Hurley's hopeless like that. He forgets everything. As soon as he solved the case, it all but vanishes from his mind. Oh, I see. I mean, to be fair, he all but admitted that, like, he takes in information, and most of the information he takes in are, like, useless information, and it's, like, it's taking up space in his mind. So he's like, I need this out. It has nothing to do with me anymore. I solved it. Let's go. The other day, it was so embarrassing. As usual, he totally forgot about the case he just solved. So the very next day, he gathered together all the people involved and proceeded to solve the case again. What? Okay. It was quite a shock for everyone. And say that again. You share your father's surname, don't you, Iris? That's right, Wilson. Daddy is Dr. John H. Wilson. I learned it from his diaries that he's a doctor of medicine, you see. John H. Wilson? The guy from our very first case? The one who died? That was killed? That's what prompted me to study and study so that I could earn a doctorate as well. Iris' father, who went to some distant land, and is a doctor by the name of John H. Wilson. Yeah. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right. Visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University. Who's that? That's apparently that's possibly Iris's dad. Who's that Lord of the Underworld? That's the judge in Japan. Yeah, that's the judge in Japan. What was it? Judge Jigoku, I think. Wait, hang on. Yeah. So currently, for Lokovic, since you haven't seen like the you know, this me playing Ace Attorney before, the Great Ace Attorney before. So basically, Ryunosuke and Susato are visiting students from Japan that have arrived in Great Britain to basically study law. And in the course of this, while studying law, they're also acting as lawyers. I don't get that, but it is kind of is what it is. Jigoku, yeah, exactly. Judge Hell, let's go. Forget Judge Dredd, you get Judge Hell. Hello, I'm here to carry out your sentence. Ah, crap. And the man who, in the most bizarre of circumstances, lost his life just before he left Japan. They literally just named him Judge Hell. Exactly, yeah. Miss Susato. Yes. Perhaps we shouldn't pursue this conversation any further at this time. I think that will be for the best. Ah, my dear fellows, how good to see you! Oh, you know me now? You recognize me now, sir? Wait. Hang on, give me a second. There is... Give me a second. I'm dealing with an invader in my room. Hopefully that works. Anyways, so now you recognize me, Sholmes. Eek! Mr. Sholmes! Why did you not make your presence known to me before? We did. You ignored me. You say you don't know me, because you were simply not there. Well, no matter now. So, how the devil are you? We've been with you for most of the day. Goodness, really? Do tell me, Mr. Sholmes, is your violin unscathed? My violin? Whatever are you talking about, dear madam? Oh, we got it from the pawn shop, sir. Never mind that now. I have something far more interesting to show you. Behold, my dear fellows, is that a... Wait, was that the music disc from earlier? Oh, another music box disc. No, not another disc, Mr. Sato. This is the one Gregson demanded we hand over as evidence. Mr. McGilded's disc. You stole it from him? You pilfered it from him? Oh my. Then what's it doing here? You know at times, Miss Naruhodo. I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may, well, even be more adept at larceny. Oh, that will be wonderfully exciting. I'll be your pickpocketing assistant. Please don't. Iris? No. That ain't right. We can't do that. And Reno would be our go-to lawyer if we ever get caught. If we ever got caught. Right. Plus, Susie has such beautiful handwriting. She could write all our menacing crime notifications. You could call it a calling card. We would be a phantom thieves. Let Iris do crimes. Hello, Rico Tards. Okay, you know what? Sure. She already has the gun. Here, take this, do crimes. Let's go. Yes, I'll be delighted. Susato! I'm just gonna pretend this conversation never happened, I think. Okay, Shomes, let's talk about the music box disc. I don't understand. How did that disc come to be in your possession? I thought Inspector Gregson took it back to Scotland Yard. Quite correct. And that sort of uncompromising attitude is precisely why I always carry some of this. The caramel? That's a bar of caramel, Mr. Shomes. Your one and only friend in times of loneliness, if I'm not mistaken. If you will humor me, my dear fellows, cast your eyes back to when the good detective confiscated the disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Oh, yes, of course. If the police demand something as evidence, my dear fellow, we have no choice but to capitulate. It's all yours, Inspector. For the briefest of moments, I had the disc in my hand, did I not? Yes you did, but I still don't understand. It was precisely at that moment that I summoned my one and only friend into action. I pressed the disc into a pair of bars, like the— oh! You use it to make a mold, I see. That's amazing! Wait, but would that be solid enough for it to retain? Because it's caramel, right? And it's spring, so wouldn't it be too hot when you're like bringing, like, in the time it took for you to press it, put it back into your pocket and bring it back up to your apartment? Like, wouldn't it have melted by then? Yes? No? Maybe? The disc and all the minuscule protrusions have made an image in the caramel. Indeed. This caramel is quite exceptional. I developed it myself, you know. You developed this caramel yourself? Okay, I mean, to be fair, you are something of a chemist, so, you know, you are something of a gastronom. We don't ask questions. It's Shomsing time. It's crime caramel. Rico Tart, you might even call it criminal. Anyways. Suitably soft for making impressions, but resistant to melting. I see. So there we go. That's the thing. That's the thing that was bugging me. Boo! No! I'm having too much fun with this game. I'm having too much fun with this. The result of a precisely controlled solution. Make one more pun. It's not that accurate, Rico Tarts. It's just been like, I think I only reset it like once in my like 3 years of streaming, and like, and people just keep forgetting to use it because they just make too many of them. There sure is. Let me think. Let me think. I mean, to be fair, like, it kind of makes sense why Sholmes used a bar of caramel, right? To make an impression of the disc, right? Because I'm sure like he uses it not just for like, oh, you know, not just for this, it's like suitably soft for impressions, resistant to melting, and all that other stuff. I'm sure he made it taste really good too. So like, it's a caramel that really like sings, right? It's a flavor that really sings. It's like music to my ears. No, I was trying to think of something of dulce de leche, but like nothing's really popping it up, you know. Nothing's really popping up. Anyways, how extraordinary. Is that the one more? I don't know. Do we want me to count that? If it's good enough to be counted, maybe, but I'm just like, Carrying a pair of these on one's person frequently proves quite very useful indeed. Take a house key, for example. A simple press in its unique form is duplicated. Duplicated, you say? Instead of dulce de leche, it's like, it's dupli de leche. Anyways, I can enter anyone's property at will, and never without high sucrose nourishment. Crime has never been so sweet. Committing crimes has never been so sweet, Sholmes. Truly criminal. My God. Yeah, it sounds illegal. From the image, I was able to create this. I confess I was most curious to know what manner of music would issue from the disc when played. Sure, so what's the music on it? Do tell us then, Mr. Sholmes. What music does the disc play? Well, unfortunately, I have no idea. No idea? None whatsoever. Are you familiar with the workings of a music box, my dear fellows? No, I'm afraid not. Goodness, you don't know, Bruno. I don't think he owns one, Iris. Oh, there we go. Hey, it's been a hot minute since... Is this a music box version of like Sholmes' theme? I love that. I love that. Inside a music box, there's a special metal piece called a comb. That's what produces the sound. Small protuberances? Small protuberances pluck the different teeth of the comb as they rotate past it, making the different notes. The first music boxes to be invented use a rotating cylinder with protuberances on it. Yeah, I used to own one of these when I was younger. At least my parents, my Snow parents did. It was really cool. I always found like It was really novel for me. But over time, a new type of play was produced, which uses discs such as these. With that development, the popularity of music boxes spread far and wide, all around the globe. Why exactly? Because it's portable and interchangeable. Because the discs are easy to produce and can be interchanged to facilitate the playing of different tunes. There are a great many firms in Europe now manufacturing music boxes as a result. It is wonderful to be able to enjoy music, even when no performer is present. But it is the very success of the invention that means we are now presented with an insurmountable problem. What do you mean? I mean, Winnebank said it himself earlier, I mean, like yesterday. Basically, there are too many, like, because it's a successful thing, people wanted to make it more, like, make more proprietary technologies of it, right? So it may not work in a British music box. It might be Swedish, it might be French, we don't know. As you may imagine, the construction of one firm's music box does not match that of another. And we have no way of knowing in which music box this particular disc was designed to be played. I mean, okay, here's the thing, right? Iris is a genius inventor, along with a person who has, you know, an MD, right? Like, she's a medical doctor. So, wouldn't it be possible for her to create a music box to fit this disc in? But I guess the problem is, like, we don't know specifically what combs are needed for the protrusions to play what it needs to be played, right? So, There's no resolution to this problem, I'm afraid. It's quite intractable. Ah, I see. So that's why. Naturally, I tested the disc in those few music boxes I have at my disposal. But as you can hear, to no avail. Okay, so my conundrum to my solution that I brought up was correct then. Okay. The results were equally unsatisfactory in this one. So, I'm presently engaged in acquiring an example of all the music boxes ever made in... Do you have enough money for that, Chomes? Every single one? That's early for you. Always taking things too far. But my dear girl, an unsolved riddle is quite repugnant to my constitution. But surely all the different types in Europe will amount to a huge volume of music boxes, won't it? Yes. That is certainly true. In the worst case, I shall just have to ask you to vacate the attic room. What? No! Sir, please. Alright, let's talk about Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded. Not a name I expected to hear again so soon. Yes. It's only been 2 months since that grisly case. Mr. McGilded perished within hours of the trial's conclusion. Was it the curse of the Reaper? No one knows still now. The omnibus was reduced to a pile of ash. Not a shred of evidence remained. And with the man's death, the truth about the murder in which he was so intimately involved was buried. Even though we successfully established McGilded's innocence in the trial, the newspapers were still claiming that it remains an unsolved case. Right, this dude that got killed. The murder of the brickmaker, Mr. Thrice-Fired Mason. In the end, the truth of the matter remains a mystery. We still have no idea what really happened that night. He's totally not shifty at all, nah. And although Mr. McGilda was found not guilty through my defense, I still don't know if that was the right judgment or not. It would appear that the case is not yet closed. Well, it's time I started getting things ready for dinner, I think. Jeannie will be here before long. Thank you, Iris. Oh, well, you must let me help you then. Of course, Susie. There's plenty to do. I think I shall investigate the condition of my faithful performing partner. Now then, where did I leave it? Let this be a lesson to you, Mr. Sholmes. Never leave anything too precious with the pawnbroker. Yes. You may be right. Oh, that reminds me of something Mr. Windibank said before. He said that he had a manuscript of Iris's in pawn, didn't he? Did he? Yes, he definitely mentioned it. Mr. Sholmes' latest tale of otherworldly mystery lies dormant in my storeroom, were his words, I believe. So you heard about that, did you? I expected you as incensed as I was. Oh yes! The idea of such a wonderful story languishing in Mr. Windibank's storeroom gathering dust. My dear madam, I'm quite sure I told you already. The pawnbroker's storeroom is the safest place for it, more secure than a bank's vault. And what about your Stradivarius, Hurley? Was that safe and secure? Well. Okay, I can finally do it now. Well, that may be the occasional mix-up. Caused by a certain impetuous someone not too far from me now. Do you have any idea how long it took me to write that Baskerville story, Harley? Oh, it sounds so exciting! The Hound of the Baskervilles. I should love to read it. Oh, wait. Yo, Sholmes' expression right now. This is very serious. Hello. Dots. Dots. Ah. What's going on here? Why does it feel like an icy chill just swept through the room? Uh-oh, Susato. Susie, what did you just say? You said the Hound of the Baskervilles. But how could you know the full title? Well, that's... Wait, Susato's the one... Wait, we only know it's like something about the Baskervilles, right? We didn't know it's specifically the Hound. Like, we know, like, you know, the Hound of Baskervilles because it is an actual Sherlock Holmes novel, but like, That's because Mr. Sato is such a great fan of all the stories about Mr. Sholmes, of course. But Runo, the Hound of the Baskervilles has never been published. What? Zoink Scoop, what are you gonna do now? Oh god, okay. When I showed Hurley the manuscript, he told me that I wasn't allowed to publish it yet. I don't understand. That's why he said that he'd keep it safe. Until it was the right time for the story to be made public, you see. So that's why the manuscript is at Windibanks. And yet, how could Suzuki know its title? Well, Hurley, what's going on? He looks a little frustrated. Damn. Dots. Ah. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? It would appear our guest has arrived. Hey, Gina. You came at just the right moment. Miss Lestrade. This was a bad idea. I knew I weren't welcome. I'm going. No? It's going after you. No, wait, Miss Lestrade! We've all been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Haven't we, Iris? Dots. Oh yes, just wait there, Jenny. We'll have everything ready in a jiffy. Come along, Susie. Right, of course. It's a pleasure to see you here, Miss Lestrade. Please, make yourself at home. Don't stand in the doorway, my dear girl. Come along in. Whatever you might... What say you to some Mendelssohn? I won't take no for an answer. Mendelssohn it is, then. Conversation avoided, exactly. Sholmes is like... Think. Oh, she's here. She's here. Let's go. Avoids conversation. Dots. Waga hi! Look at him. What are you so small for, dude? Such a small cat, bruh. That evening, Iris prepared us all a meal that was even more delicious than usual. Why so tiny, right? Mr. Sholmes' violin performance was in no way meddlesome. And Gina, as we came to call her, taught us all how to steal things from one another without being noticed. I'm not sure, you know, if it was a mutually learned skill, sure, but like, all right then. I mean, hey, we're calling her Gina now. We're friends, hey. Everyone thoroughly enjoyed themselves, well into the night. "15th April, 9:34 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Actual crime team in the making. You might call them a Phantom Thieves. That was a very enjoyable evening, wasn't it? Oh yes, Iris's cooking was truly divine. And I feel as though I can still hear the enchanting strains of Mr. Sholmes' violin even now. Best of all, I bet I could steal the glasses from his lordship's face next time we're in court. I feel like we shouldn't do that, Chisato. Dots. London will never see it coming, exactly. Naruhodo-san, could I consult with you about something, I wonder? What's the matter, Chisato-san? It's about the telegram I received. Ah. The one that arrived first thing this morning, I suppose. I've been summoned. You need to go back to Japan? What? Summoned? What do you mean? Oh, not Japan, okay. The telegram was from the Lord Chief Justice's office. Lord Strongheart has asked to see me. The Lord Chief Justice? When? Tomorrow morning. What? Then we have to start preparing at once. Oh, no. That won't be necessary, Mr. Naruhodo-san. I've been summoned alone. Alone? What on earth for? I have no idea. I suppose I shall find out tomorrow. What's all this about? Whatever it is, it's making me feel very uneasy. Hello? Oh, who could that be, I wonder? Good evening, friends. Ah, Iris, hello again. Hey, Gina. Fancy meeting you here. And Gina, too. Yes, Gina's gonna stay with us tonight. She's gonna sleep in with me. Isn't that right, Janie? Well, yeah. Aw, a sleepover. How lovely. Let me make a pot of tea. You know, I've learned so much today. Oh, what in particular? All those things Ginny showed us! Wasn't it wonderful? You mean all those pickpocketing techniques? We had fun trying them out on each other, didn't we? I think I've awakened a natural talent. I could earn a living from it. But you're already a doctor, Iris. Come on. You might be getting ahead of yourself a little there. So, what brings you up to our humble quarters at this late hour? Well, you see... I came to return this. Oh, you stole my... Wait. You stole my armband. Iris, how could you? Wait, what? That's mine. Oh my. However did you... I told you, didn't I? I have a natural talent for it. Oh yes, I'd forgotten. Iris literally is a child genius. So anyway, yeah, you can have it back. Not that I really understand why you wear it though. Thank you. Alright then, good night. Yes, good night. So this is your office, is it? What do you think, Ginny? I think I wouldn't fancy me chances with a lawyer what lives in a place like this. Yes, me too. Wow. All right, you've already stolen my armband. You gotta kick me while I'm down too. All right. It seems as though Iris here. So that's something she'd like to talk about. I suppose she probably wants to talk about the manuscript. Yes, I suppose she probably does. The manuscript. Iris, I suppose you're hoping to talk about the manuscript, aren't you? Serious expression. Aren't you going to tell me? Dot. I'm so sorry. I need a little more time. Please. Alright, I understand. I mean, to be fair, like... Iris and Susato aren't too far off in age. Like, Susato's 16, Iris is 10. Gina is 17, I think. And I'm trying to remember how old Rinosuke is. I think he's 20, maybe? I hope I haven't made you feel awkward. Oh, no. Not at all, Iris. Not at all. I don't know what all this is about, really, but... It's a story made up, is it, Iris? This mental script or whatever you call it. It's not exactly a story that I made up. It's something I read in Daddy's diaries. Daddy's? That's right. I don't suppose I've mentioned it to you before, Jeannie, but... My daddy was Hurley's assistant once. His partner. Eh? They solved all sorts of strange and mysterious cases together. Is that right, mister? Apparently so. I was as surprised as you are, though. And Daddy wrote all the details of every single case down, you see, in his diaries. So I studied them and write my stories based on what actually happened. Partner, exactly. Exactly, we're getting the vibes, you know? So, where's your old man now, then? He had to go away on urgent business to a faraway land, and he'll be gone for a very long time. So, I've never really met him. Oh, right. Come to think of it, I don't know anything about Gina's parents either. Maybe we should ask her, or should we? Like, she's a street urchin, right? So, it's either she's an orphan or they're really poor or abusive. We don't know. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Iris, this Hound of the Baskervilles story. I take it that it's another tale inspired by your father's accounts. That's right. I thought it was fascinating. But it's different somehow. From the other cases, I mean. Oh? How? I don't really know. But it must be special in some way. I mean, the fact that Sholmes is stopping you from publishing it, but it's okay with every other thing, means something, right? Because after I've written it, and I showed the manuscript to Hurley, he turned as white as a sheet. It was the first time I've ever seen him like that. Yeah, I got the white down. I've got the white down. It pains me to have to say this after you've toiled over it for so long, Iris. But the story must not be published at this time, under any circumstances. But why not? It's one of my best works! I'm not at liberty to say. Not now. So please, do not ask me. Alright then, I won't. But I do solemnly swear that I'm up to no good, that I will explain everything one day, Iris, when the time is right. And that's how the manuscript came to be with Mr. Windibank, isn't it? Yes. Hurley said it had to be somewhere very safe. It really gets my goat, that does. He's treating you like a child. It's mean, that's what it is. Keeping secrets like that. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes isn't trying to be mean. If he said he wasn't at liberty to talk about it, I'm sure there must have been a very good reason. Dots. I think so too. Oh, I think I misclicked. Hang on, let me take a look again. You lot are too trusting for your own good. But he can't put the wool over my eyes. Sholmes is lying to Iris. I bet my life on it. What? Hurley's lying to me? I mean, Iris did say that she would be able to see through most, if not all, lies, just given her upbringing. She grew up with a detective that always has a strong focus and talks about observing, seeing glances, and other things like that. Okay. Let's see if we can talk to Gina. There you are. Let's ask her about your parents. It's really invasive, but okay. I've realized that I don't know anything about your parents, Gina. I ain't got any, have I? Never did have. Oh. Look, the East End's full of orphans like me. No one wants nothing to do with us from the minute we're born. Not even our mums. That. We all stick together. The older ones look after the little ones and make sure they get by. So that's why you're a pickpocket. Don't. Nah, diving's my life. I love it. I get a kick out of it every time I lift some pompous idiot's purse. And that's how we all afford to eat. I'm like Robin Hood, ain't I? That's how I see it. Oh, Gina. I do think about it sometimes. What it'd be like to have parents, I mean. I always thought it'll make everything right. But having listened to what Iris just said, it sounds like having parents ain't always easy either. Oh. I mean, if you know you'd never had them, you don't feel like you're always wanting to meet him. It's true. I do want to see Daddy so much. Oh, Iris. So, Sholmes' lie. Let's talk about it. Gina, what do you mean when you said that you know Mr. Sholmes is lying to Iris? Well, he reckons he popped that mental script or whatever, right? But come on, that's obviously a load of rubbish. Oh my, why would you think that, Gina? It's simple. If that story was really an old Winterbank storeroom, there's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, can know about it. Ah, I feel like that's a separate thing, Gina. Sorry, Iris, but you ask me, it sewed it. Without telling you. But Hurley would never do something like that. I'm sure of it. Ha! Grown-ups do a lot worse than that. Trust, believe me. Barefaced lies, lots of them. You just ain't realized it yet. Aw, Iris. I'm telling you, that mental script ain't at Winterbank's. You'd soon see if you had to look. Even if you think you can trust him, I don't. That Sholmes is a liar, like the rest of them. Gina, you're gonna cause more problems than we have. Like, you're gonna cause a lot of problems, aren't you? If I'm honest, I've wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. Say? Oh, but I don't mean that I think he sewed it. I mean that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere. Somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Don't be too hard on yourself, Iris. Gina's gonna go steal a manuscript or something, right? Like she's gonna break into Winterbanks just to make sure. Oh my goodness! Look at the time. Come along, Ginny. We should go back downstairs. Yeah, all right. And please, don't mention any of this to Hurley, will you? No, of course not. Good night then, Iris. Good night, Gina. You must let me make breakfast for you tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I insist. Oh, please. Oh, yes, please. Gina's trouble, right? I can't wait, Susie. Good night, then. She's dangerous and dexterous. Iris. It sure is easy to forget, isn't it? Sometimes she speaks just like an adult. But deep down, she's still just a child. She's 10 years old, dude. What are you on about? She is a child. Well, I think it's time I turned in for tonight too, Naruhodo-san. Well, good night then, Susato. Dr. John H. Wilson, Iris's father. But also, the name of the murdered visiting professor at Yume University. It can't be a mere coincidence. There's something deeper going on. Dots. 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 Mr. Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo. That voice. That's Mr. Sholmes. What's going on? It's the middle of the night. It's Miss Lestrade. She's gone. Gina? She was supposed to be sleeping in Iris's room, but her bed is empty. Well, she's an independent young woman. She probably decided to go home, no? I think not. From speaking to her before she retired, I received a distinct impression that she was looking forward to breakfast with Miss Sato. No, I don't believe the girl has gone home, but I've been waiting for over an hour now. Over an hour? Oh. If you'll indulge me, look out of the window, my dear fellow. What's this about? Windenbanks has his light on. And the only source of light would be at the counter, which is a gas lamp. Wait a minute. Why is there a light on at this time of night? That's Mr. Windenbanks' pawnbrokery. Mr. Windenbanks' oh no! Yeah, she broke in there, didn't she? It's simple. That story was really in old Windenbanks' storeroom. There's no way someone from halfway around the world, in other words, you, could have know about it. Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sold it. Without telling you. Could Gina have gone? It seems you have some knowledge of the situation, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry. Oh, no, not really. Well, anyway, we must investigate. At once. Miss Sato! She's up too? Okay, alright. 16th April, 1:14 a.m. Okay, alright. Okay, I'm gonna take a very quick... Oh, crap. Hang on. I'm gonna take a very quick bathroom break. I'll be right back, so please just enjoy the little intense music. I'll be right back. I'm back. Okay. Let's carry on. The door to Winnebank's. It's open. And the lamp is burning. It must be Gina, mustn't it? Let us hope it's nothing more sinister. What? Come, there's not a moment to lose. Yeah, I feel like I need to calm down, like, how I'm doing the accents, because my throat is feeling a sort of ways. Especially with, like, the British accents. It's like, I was like, come, there's not a moment to lose. Like, it's very, like, forward, and it's, like, kind of scratchy. So I need to calm down on that a little bit. Clearly, something is afoot inside. There's no one here. Oh, yes. That is. Ah! Oh, they shot the gas lamp. Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! What the? Has Sholmes been shot? Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. But after them. Go! Right. Blast. I've lost them. Hello, hello. What have we here? Bobby. The alarm was just raised from this pawnbroker's sir. Would you know something about that? Officer, come with me. It's my friend, Mr. Sholmes. He's been shot. Shot? The policeman close behind me. I ran back to Windybank's. Gina. Wait. No, that is Sholmes. Okay.
Mr. Sholmes!
Mr. Naruhodo.
How bad is it? Never mind me, but there's much at stake. Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry!
What's happening? Mr. Windybank!
It's Gina!
Was not expected an animated cutscene, but okay, let's go. So, she has the revolver in her hand. Right, so we're gonna be defending Gina this time, definitely. Alright, let's save our progress, let's go! This was infinitely faster than part 1, my god. Okay, let's carry on. Alright, damn, bang. Ah! I'll be alright, Miss Naruhodo. Off to them, go! Behind that door. In the storeroom. Hurry! I like how they recreated it, like, within the in-game engine. Damn. It's Gina! From that moment, Windybanks' pawnbrokery became a crime scene. Everything that followed happened in a whirlwind of activity. The arrival of the police, the preliminary investigation of the scene, and the questioning. It was just before dawn before I was allowed back to my lodgings at 221B. "16th April, 6:21 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. It's been like 5 hours, okay. Iris. Oh, Iris. telegram came, but all it said was, "Wait at home." Oh, yes. We asked one of the policemen to have it sent. It was simply impossible to come back. When I woke up, I was all alone. Holly and Ginny were gone. Everyone was gone. What happened, Bruno? Poor Iris. She's trembling. She's obviously trying very hard not to let herself get too worried. I'll explain everything that I know. Something awful has happened, hasn't it? Yes, I'm afraid so. Events at Windibanks. I'm sorry to have to tell you this, Iris, but Mr. Windibank is dead. He was shot. We discovered it in the early hours of the morning. Oh, yes. I had a feeling. You did? Well, I saw all those police carriages pulling up outside his house. So I knew something must have happened there. When we entered Windibanks in the small hours, we disturbed a gang of 2 thugs. They ran out onto the street, and I chased after them, but they got away. So, it was one of them who shot Mr. Windibank, I suppose. I don't know, but it's not what the police believe at the moment. They probably believe that it's Gina, unfortunately. Oh, why not? They arrested someone else as their prime suspect, you see. Gina. Ginny? But why? Well, the thing is... No, Ginny wouldn't do something like that. I know. None of us think she did it. Then why have they arrested her? I'm sorry. There's nothing I could do. I don't understand why they'd arrested Ginny. It's not fair. What about the 2 thugs that were at the scene? Why aren't they the prime suspects? After all, they shot Hurley dead, didn't they? No, he is not dead yet. He is still very much alive, I assume. No, I mean, Mr. Sholmes isn't dead, Iris. This is all so horrible. The thing is, Mr. Windibank was found on the floor in the storeroom where he keeps all the deposited articles. And the storeroom door was locked from the inside. I see. But he wasn't alone in there. Gina was found next to him on the floor as well. Oh no! And according to the detectives who investigated afterwards... Don't tell me. There was no one else in the room. Yes, exactly. How did you know? It's the only explanation. Yes, the only explanation indeed. What do you mean by that, Bruno? Well? What can I say? I'm damned if I agree, damned if I don't. Trims the situation. We should probably give her a hug or something. So where's Hurley then? Is he still there investigating the scene? He really ought to have some breakfast. It's not good for him to miss meals. About that, Iris, he got shot. Dots. I don't want you to worry, Iris, but I have some news about Mr. Sholmes. He was taken to the hospital this morning. What? Well, this poor little girl, right? And Ryunosuke's like, how the hell do I tell this to her? When we entered Windibanks, a gun was fired, and he took a bullet. Holly was shot! No! It's all right. His life isn't in danger. He's okay. He's just getting treatment. He's getting bandaged up. Really? Are you sure? Where is he? Which hospital? Yeah, he may not be your daddy. He may not be your daddy, but he's soon gonna be your mummy. You know, they're gonna bandage him up just right. He's at Saint Sinners? Okay, Saint Sinners. They're attending to him there. I must see him at once. I'm sorry, Iris, but you can't. Why not? That's not fair. I'm a family member. I should be allowed. No, I mean, nobody can see him at the moment. He's in surgery, isn't he? He's not allowed any visitors. You're preparing to operate, you see. To operate? Oh, poor Hurley. God, Indrotromes. This is... God, we're not really breaking the news the best way, I feel, but you know what? It was the two thugs that were in Mr. Windenbank's shop. They shot Mr. Sholmes when we disturbed them, you see. It was pitch black inside the shop at the time. My mind went totally blank, I'm afraid. I just froze. After them! Go! After that, I ran into the street, but... well, they were long gone. I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I let them get away. Ryunosuke is not good at this. He's really not. He's trying his best, but he's not good at this. I think it's a very good thing. Sorry? Well, if you'd seen which way they went and chased after them, we probably would have been shot. You might have been shot as well, Runo. On top of everything else, I couldn't bear that. Oh, Iris. This is out of situation. Where's Susie, Runo? She's still at the police station. Oh, why? I expect she's still being questioned. The police said they wouldn't be finished for a while. Why aren't you there then? Well, I didn't get a good look at the criminals anyway. Said they weren't questioning me for long. And Mrs. Sato stayed behind at the scene to tend to Mr. Sholmes, so they didn't get started until later. Ah, I see. Besides, one of us had to come back to be with Iris. I'm glad Inspector Gregson agreed to me leaving early. You should have let me know and I would have come to the station. We would not have let you done that, Iris. I'm afraid I'll need to go out again now, Iris. There's not much I can do at the moment. But I can at least try to find out how Mr. Sholmes and Gina are getting on. I want to go too! Take me with you, Runo. I can't stand just sitting around here waiting. I'm not sure how I feel about taking a 10-year-old child to the scene of a murder. But I don't want to leave her here all alone, either. Alright then, Iris. Perhaps you can help me. Oh yes, I'd love to! Gina's at the prison. Mr. Sholmes is probably in his hospital bed. And don't forget we have to visit the crime scene. We need to conduct a thorough investigation. Ah, I can see you're ready for action. I imagine Iris would appreciate going to the hospital sooner rather than later. Let's do it then. And we get like dialogue with Iris too. Okay, it's always a bit quiet when Hurley's not around. I love attic rooms, don't you? They're so exciting. This place feels different to normal today for some reason. You know, I think a visit to this place could be a good idea. Let's go to St. Sinner's. "16th April, St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Hurley! Oh! He's not here. He's not here! No, that's strange. The nurse definitely said he was in the bed by the window, didn't she? Oh, I know what's probably happened. Hurley was being a big baby. And the bullet wound wasn't that bad after all, so he's been sent home. I'm not so sure about that. Baby or not. There's no question that it was a fairly serious injury that Mr. Sholmes suffered. Oh. Reno'scape, come on, man. At least read the note. Hello, hello. What have we here? Hello, Bobby. This one is off the limits. No visiting. So what are you doing in here, eh? Why would you correct her? Right, why would you correct her, Reno'scape? Well, I'll have you know. Hurley's next of kin. Eh? Oh! Well, begging your pardon then, ma'am. Sir. A little lady and a curious Eastern gentleman. The great mystery solvers as a mysterious family, eh? If that's how you see us, sure. Let her have that, man. Come on, right? Where's he, Constable? Where's Hurley? I believe he is currently in the operating theater, ma'am, undergoing an extensive operation. Extensive? It has been several hours since he went in. Oh dear. Is he going to be alright? And here's the thing, she can't treat him either. She can't operate on him either. Like, she is a medically licensed doctor. But because she is next of kin, there is like that conflict of interest clause for like, you know, doctors and whatnot. You can't operate on your own kin. At least that's what at least I think that's a thing. I'm not too sure. I know like for like psychologists, if you go for therapy, you cannot be a psychologist to your friends or your family because it's unethical. So, yeah. Well, it doesn't appear to be working, you see. What? The anesthetic, that is. Oh! I've heard a report that a gentleman claims he may have had a little too much to drink last night. Coffee, that is. Ah. Anyway, I think it would be fair to assume that he won't be back for several hours yet. Wait, so coffee's a, like... Oh, because of his metabolism? Huh. I see. Thank you, Constable. Perhaps you should leave and come back later. Oh, poor Hurley. Can I examine the things in the room? There's a notice board on the wall here. Look. Let's see. What does it say? Thought of the day. On seeing any vermin calmly and discreetly inform matron. Ricotard, thank you so much for the follow! You're now a snow patroller. It is now your solemn duty to go and looking for not-so-chill vibes and make them chill again. Welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoy your time here. And thank you for taking the time to, like, watch me and just... Yeah, we're having fun here. Oh yes, they have rats and mice in hospitals like this. That love to feast on all the medicine. Time to eat snow. Let's go! If you don't deal with them, there's nothing left to treat the patients. Rats and mice. Oh, I see. This is a rather old building, I suppose. It's good. I see. But the doctors and nurses are all very good, I hear. I certainly hope so, for Mr. Sholmes' sake. Renosuke, don't fucking say that, bruh. Why would you be like, oh, yeah, I sure hope so, for his sake. Let's see, I see some crutches. I wonder what these are. Do you have an idea, Iris? Well, she would, because she's a doctor. But yeah, these are crutches. Oh, haven't you ever seen crutches before? Let me explain. They're for people with leg injuries to help them to walk. You hold one under each arm, you see. Ah, right. Never heard of some. Please read the room. I thought they were weapons of some sort. I mean, you can use them as weapons. Why would there be weapons in a hospital? I thought maybe your fighter had been injured in a battle contest and had been brought here along with his weapons. That's surprisingly plausible. Why is it surprisingly plausible, Iris? Anyways, not much we can do here. Let's go visit Gina. So, yeah, Gina, we're gonna protect you, Gina. We're gonna do that. 16th April, local prison, cell 13. Gina. Hello, Gina. No, 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 no. Gina, Gina, please. Gina, please. Gina, please. Oh, you still have the grenade launcher Hurley and I made. Why did they let you keep it? What the f- You're in prison. Why did they let you keep it? What? What is Scotland Yard doing? I wish you wouldn't point it at me all the time, though. Dot. What are you here for? Ginny. I have a feeling it's because of us that you've ended up in trouble. So we were thinking that we might be able to help you. Oh, you can't. Sorry? You'd get lost. Don't be like that, Ginny. I know you didn't do it. You'd never shoot someone. I just know you wouldn't. You think you know me? Pull the other one. Oh. You ain't got the first idea about the likes of me. I'm a thief. I pinch people's purses when they're walking down the street. That's how I get by. And if I saw me chance, I'd sneak into a pawn shop any day of the week. Just see what I could lay my hands on. Get it? That's the kind of person I am. But Ginny. I'll be in court tomorrow, they said. Some curve came by before and he said he'd be a lawyer for me, or like, said it was my right or something. But I told him to get stuffed. I don't need no lawyer. I don't need no one. So we're gonna represent you in court. So yeah, that's that. She couldn't be staring at me any more obviously if she tried. Why are you being like this, Ginny? Yeah, let's talk. Legal representation. I will represent you in court. Please. I don't understand, Ginny. Why did you send the public defender away? They wanted me to sign some papers. Representation papers or something like that. It's all gonna be rigged anyway. The whole trial. They'll pin it on me because I'm a kid. That's what grown-ups always do. Why do you think that? Because that's how it's always been for me. Growing up in the back slums. My whole life. If you do what the grown-ups tell you, it'll get your mates dragged off by the coppers or worse. I've had it happen to me and all. Been told I'd nearly snaffled on the back of it. You can't trust no one. That's the point. As soon as you do, you're gone to grass. Dead. Gina, listen. If you like, in tomorrow's trial, I could forget it. Ginny! Don't you trust Runo? Nah, I don't. Look, I'll ask you nicely now. Just leave me alone. But, yeah, that's not gonna happen. We're eventually gonna be defending you. I know this. Right? That has to happen. Will you tell us what happened, Gina? Last night, at the pawnbroker's. There's nothing to tell. I figured it paid me, so I broke into the place and started going through the storeroom. But the old bloke walked in on me and, you know the rest. But why, Ginny? Why would you do that? Ain't it obvious? The place is full of stuff I could sell for a shilling or two. Diving ain't easy, you know. It's a lot of work, and half the time you don't even get nothing. Is that really why you broke into the place? What? Are you sure the true reason wasn't something else? Oh, give it a rest! What'd be the point anyway, eh? Nothing I could say would make a blind bit of difference. Please tell us, Ginny. We'll believe you, whatever it is. Believe me, don't be daft. You can't believe nothing. Everyone lies all the time. And you know what? When it comes to liars, I'm the biggest of the lot. I've told some unforgivable lies, I have. What do you mean by that? What unforgivable lies? Wait. Were you lying in McGilded's trial, maybe? Dots. Let's do this. What do you mean before, Gina? When you said you were the biggest liar of the lot? Why don't you tell us what these unforgivable lies you've told are? Maybe we can help. Sorry. We're out of time. They're gonna want to question me now. Jenny, please! Oh, yeah. I wanted to give you this. Something to remember me by. Gina, please. A photographic print of a really adorable cat. It's so small. I found it in one of the pockets of this coat. Ain't no point in me having it. I wonder what the little photograph like that was doing in the pocket of that overcoat. Anyway, don't bother coming again. Bye. Oh, Gina. Oh, wait. Hang on. Because Iris is now our assistant, right? I wonder if she has any dialogue when we look at our stuff. We do! Yes! Okay. Those are the scales of justice, aren't they? Yes, that's right. Mrs. Sato says they symbolize equality and fairness of judgment. But if it's a symbol used by defense lawyers, shouldn't it be at least leaning a little to the not guilty side? My thoughts exactly. Oh, I've seen letters like these before. They're called kanji, aren't they? So is this how you write your name in Japanese? Actually, no. That's not my name at all. Runo, you know that stealing is wrong, don't you? First of all, I inherited this from my best friend on his death. Second of all, if anyone has stolen it, it's you. You just grabbed it from me. Is everything alright? You've gone very quiet all of a sudden. You should just tell the first part. Ryunosuke, please. It's a long story. Too long for now. We'll talk about it another time. The white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Wait, hang on. Let me look at this again. White cat photograph. A photograph depicting a sweet little white cat obtained from Gina while interviewing her in her prison cell. This is an adorable little cat. I think it looks a little like Wagahai. I always thought that cats like to curl up inside under the heated kotatsu blanket when it snowed. Maybe British cats are different. Gonna look at the behind. Oh ho ho, what is this? Look in the back of this print here. There's something written on it. 13th February, 9 PM. Article deposited, 1 small box. Loan amount, 10 shillings. Redemption date, 13th April, 9 PM. So this photographic print is a redemption ticket. 13th February. That could be significant. It was just 2 days before the murder on the omnibus, wasn't it? A small box. That doesn't tell us much about it, does it? Runo, if Mr. McGillis still had the ticket, then presumably he never redeemed the article. Which means that it's probably... But it's 2 months past, right? Which means it's being sold in the store, which means if we can find it... So do you think the box might still be present somewhere in the shop? Ah, yes! If it's something Mr. McGillis deposited, we need to investigate. The white cat photograph's information has been updated in the court record. Nice. Lovely. Can we present this to you? Here, Gina, look at this. Nata. No, I wasn't saying you could have it. Oh, won't ya? Well, when someone says I can't have stuff, it makes you want it, you see. So you better hand it over now. No, I'm not giving it to you. Oh, there's not much we can do here. Okay, still nothing yet. So we need to go back to Windibanks. Oh shit, okay. It shows 16th April, so that means he changed the date right before he closed shop, tore it out. Okay, yeah, so he did tear it out. I'm guessing it's either this, one of these things, is the small box that we're looking for over here, because these are all the stuff that's on sale. Or here, maybe. Hello, Bobbies. This is where it happened then, last night. That's right. The two dogs I told you about were obviously ransacking the place looking for valuables. But, apart from the policeman in here, you wouldn't know anything had happened. There's no sign of disturbance. No, you're right about that, actually. In fact, if anyone, it's the police who seem to be the ones doing the ransacking. I know what you mean. They're like a gang of organized criminals who are dressed in black. Oi, I heard that! It's Gregson, isn't it? Hey, Gregson. Oh, Inspector. Good morning. I suppose I ought to thank you for your vigilance last night. We got to the scene before it was disturbed, at least. Jamie let the two rogues get away, mind. Yes, I'm sorry about that. I thought you had signed extra men to the beats around here, Grexy. Now look what happened. Hurley's been injured because there weren't enough police on duty. Oh. Oh. Wait, so you did forget to assign more people here? Your ladyship! You did not know. I mean, she is short, but you didn't notice her? Like, you respect her because she's giving you, like, your cut from, like, being involved in the Sherlock Holmes novels. No one told me you were coming! I expect you to take full responsibility for what happened to Hurley, and see he has the very best medical care. Of course, your ladyship. The very best doctors in the capital are tending to him as we speak. And I don't think it's Runo's fault that the rogues managed to get away, is it? Chasing criminals is the police's job. Absolutely, your ladyship. As you say, ma'am. As you say. Oh my god. The gent in black is totally blameless. Everyone's in agreement about that. Would you believe it? He's like a completely different person of Iris. Talk about a personality change. Oh, let me manners. Are you thirsty, your ladyship? Perhaps you'd like some juice. Some nice, refreshing fruit juice. What the fuck, Gregson? Oh, why? Are you thirsty, Grexy? I have some of my special herbal tea with me. If you'd like some, she's got a thermos, yo! Glug, glug, glug. I mean, hey, that's our little water ASMR. Thanks for the water ASMR, Iris. Everyone, let's grab our little water jugs and do a little glug glug ourselves. Man, he's such a gentleman. He's got his... He's holding the plate. He's got his pinky out too. Ah, lovely. So very much. That really hit the spot, your ladyship. Well, thank you so much for the water ASMR. Everyone, let's grab our little water jugs and do a little glug glug. Huh. I don't even recognize him like this. I always forget to spend channel points. It's okay, don't worry about it. Alright, Gregsy, let's talk. The investigation. So, how's the investigation going, Inspector? You have 187k? Plum, what the heck? Okay. Nothing to it, really. Very simple case. Very simple case, this. There's some very definitive evidence. We're just about to charge the diver we arrested last night, in fact. Gina, you're going to charge her. That's right. Should be able to bring her before the judge at the Bailey tomorrow. Definitive evidence, you say? What is it? Come on, show me. Your ladyship, as much as I wish I could oblige you, I'm afraid... I swear, I don't mean to horror them, I literally just forget. It's okay, Plum, don't worry. Ah, I see. You've already captured the pair of thugs who broke in here last night, have you? What the... And you're going to put them on the stand as witnesses, are you? How could you? She's learned from the best. She's learned from the best detective in the world, Gregson. How? How could you possibly know that? I had a feeling, that's all. Remind me never to try to keep a secret from Iris. So you've arrested the two men who shot Mr. Sholmes, have you? Well, yes. They were rounded up pretty quickly by the lads on the beat. And Miss Lestrade is being held at the prison. She should be. That's assuming she hasn't lifted the key from the jailer, of course. Can you tell us anything about Mr. Sholmes? What's his condition? Sorry, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Scotland Yard's matters are strictly confidential. Well, I know he's being operated on at St. Sinis. Why can't I see him? I'm family, you know. I'm terribly sorry, your ladyship. It's the hospital's policy. No visiting at all. Oh. The bullet must have hit an artery in his midriff. He's lost a fair bit of blood. Oh no. He didn't seem too bad in the first hour or so. But a hemorrhage like that is enough to make even the one and only Sholmes pipe down. Mr. Sholmes is a human like the rest of us, you know. Well, anyway, he's having emergency surgery right now. They've got to stop that bleeding. But he will be all right, won't he? They'll be able to make him better. Of course, your ladyship. He'll be right as rain before you know it. Really? How do you know? How do I know? Well, because, of course. Ah, yes, because Mr. Sholmes is such a great detective. Oh my god, Gregson, sir. We'd rather pray that doctors have a better grasp of what's needed to make someone well again. Oh dear. Please don't die, Hurley. I'll report to your ladyship the moment I hear he's out of the operating theater. Alright, her ladyship. I couldn't help noticing, Inspector. What? How to have it, sunshine? Well, there seems to be a marked difference between the way you talk to me and Iris. At least Gregson is trying to keep her positive. Right, exactly. You should learn from that, Ryunosuke. What's the thought, Sonny? I'm a copper, and we don't go in for favoritism. Wait, he's right. You do treat us differently. It's because of those adventures of Sherlock Sholmes novel stories, that's why. Oh. I crop up on them, don't I? Inspector Tobias Gregson. Oh, well, yes, because you're an acquaintance of Hurley's. What did you write about the Inspector, Iris? I don't remember, really. It was one of Sholmes' lines. Gregson is the smartest of the Scotland Yarders, is how he put it. Oh, did I write that? Hey, you know what that one line did for me, eh? The very next month, my pay doubled. Doubled, I tell you. I see, alright. Oh, that's amazing. All because everyone at the yard reads them. They read all the Sherlock Sholmes stories. They've even set up a fan club for me. So you're just get that really good recognition, huh? Of course, that explains everything. It was around that time that you became such a toady to me. Can you blame me? All it'd take is one bad word from me and Sholmes could change his tune about me. Gregson? No. The great detective was in. He's getting quite overrated these days. Think what would happen to my salary if that came out in print, eh? The whole thing gives me the willies. I can't tell you how many nights of sleep I've lost worrying about it. But that would never happen, Gregsy. Every month when the new Rand's magazine comes out, my hands are trembling as I turn the pages. Oh, how awful for you. Here, have some of my tea to settle your nerves. Man, look at him, just downing that glug. Instead, he's really turning into Glugson, isn't he? Tobias Gregson? Nah, Tobias Glugson. Ah, lovely. So very much, that really hit the spot, your ladyship. Teetotal. Oh my god, he's totally under her thumb. Oh my god. Oh, yeah. That's something I was supposed to talk to you about, actually, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What is it? I've got an important message for you. I clean forgot about it now, until now. Hey, we got the funny number. Important message. An important message. There we go, there we go! I wonder what it could be. Talk to me. Are you gonna tell me what this important message is then, Inspector? Yeah, it's about that young lady who's normally by your side, your assistant. Dear Susie, is she alright? She's at the station, isn't she? Being questioned, I believe. Only 351 to go on to the next funny number. Yes. Nope, nope, not anymore. She had to head off. Head off? Where? To Lord Strongheart's office, of course. He summoned her. Ah, yes, of course. I'd forgotten about that. One of the whipstocks took her there in the yard carriage after we'd finished questioning her. But she asked us to tell you she didn't have the fare for the return journey and to go and meet her there. She's got a nerve, using Scotland Yard as a blooming messaging service. I see. Well, thank you for passing that on, Inspector. Why did Susie have to go see the Lord Chief Justice? She didn't tell me. But I better head over to the Lord Chief Justice's office to fetch her straight away. I want to take a look and examine. But I can't because they're still here, right? Oh! Alright then, let's see what we can uncover. Oi! What do you think you're doing, Sunshine? We can't touch anything in here. Oh, but we were hoping to investigate. This is a crime scene for Pete's sake, no touching. What's the problem, Gregsy? Bruno's a lawyer, you know that. Oh, I'm ever so sorry, your ladyship, ever so sorry. The rules and regulations are thorn in my side. Of course, if Mr. Norris was to have been properly appointed by the accused, that'll be another matter. The accused, Gina. If you could show me some representation papers, I'd be only too happy to let you nose around. Did you hear that, Bruno? You need Gina to sign some representation papers. It looks like presenting the detective with the correct paperwork is the only way. Fair enough. I want to take a look at the consultancy first. I want to see if she left the telegram on the table. She did. Can I read it? Oh, this looks like a telegram. It is, but he mustn't open it. Not under any circumstances, I see. Alright, I won't. Now then, let's see. No, what did I just say? You mustn't open it. Don't worry, I won't. With this special concoction I've developed, I'll be able to see through the envelope without having to open it. No, that's not allowed either. Oh, but I'm sure it's something important. Little geniuses sure can be mischievous. Oh wait, we get like new lines with Iris, don't we? Iris, talk to me about the Dharma. The Dharma dollar perfume from still with only one eye colored in. I said the same thing before. Okay, but that's cruel, only letting it have one eye. Yes, but it's because I don't consider myself a good enough lawyer yet, you see. Once I become a fully fledged lawyer, Miss Asada will color in the other eye for me. Well, in that case, why not color in the other eye now? And then every time you win a new case, give it an extra eye. That would be creepy. You can never have too many eyes, you know? Dots. Call me crazy, but I never considered that. About 2 months, but my desk is starting to look a little messy already. At least desk is far worse, you know? I'm sure if I try hard enough, I can make my desk as messy as Mr. Sholmes's. Iris, that's just curse. It's like, biblically accurate Daruma. I wonder. You don't think I can? Well, it takes a certain genius to reach that level of disorder, you know. The path to true master is long and arduous, it seems. Look, let's talk about my shrimps. Apparently, tanks like those were very popular in London before I was born. Oh, you mean they're not anymore? I think people discovered it was too much effort to clean them out and change the water all the time. I can believe that. Prawns and anemones are fun for a while. I haven't so much just put my head around the door. Oh, Susie often invites me up. It's so much fun. I'm gonna justify my own messy part by saying it's actually just because I'm a genius beyond comprehension. There we go. It takes a certain amount of genius to maintain a messy room, you know? Really? What's a room like? I can't tell you that. Oh. A young man's private chamber. It's a place of bittersweet sweet secrets. Okay, I see where she gets it from. Where have I heard that before? I suppose some things are the same the world over. It's spring at last and the weather. Okay, yeah. Oh, how about some tea, Bruno? Thanks, Iris, but I'm alright for now. The green tea Sasada-san makes for me from time to time, Iris' unique herbal infusions. This place is paradise for a true tea lover. If you're sure. Sure. You know I always have plenty whenever you're feeling thirsty. I actually will clean it up. Plum, no! No, we must let the meme live on. Susie's lovely green tea has quite an impact on Hurley, you know. He stopped putting milk and sugar in his coffee, even. And Hurley's is normally bitterly opposed to bitterness. I see. Can we talk about the shovel? That spade has been here since we started renting the place. Bruno! That's no spade, it's a we're really gonna be doing this. It's a shovel! Ah, you're a shoveler, are you? I had a feeling you picked me up on that. Oh no. A pick is something else entirely. Now I've dug myself into an even deeper hole. Okay. Alright, we're done here. This is cute. This is cute. I needed this. Susie's waiting. We need to go and meet her. Yes. No matter how many times I come here, I always get the same sense of oppressiveness somehow. I mean, it looks like a final boss room, so... Do you think the place is oppressive? I think it's normal. How so? I mean, look at that suit of armor over there. You can't take that seriously, can you? Maybe it thinks the same about you. So everything is clear with regard to tomorrow's arrangements, I trust. Yes. Thank you very much. There they are. Susato-san and Lord Strongheart. I wonder what they're talking about. They both look very serious. Very good. There is nothing further to discuss. You may return to your lodgings. No doubt you have much to do in preparation for your return to your homeland. Wait, what? I knew it! Wait, what did he just say? Your return to your homeland? Susato-san! You know, eavesdrop. Oh, well, the doves. Okay. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. That's. What was that all about? Ah, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you for coming to collect your colleague. What's this all about? Why were we talking about Mrs. Sato's return to her homeland? And... tomorrow? Tomorrow? But what about Jeannie's trial? You mean... She's been formally charged now? Oh dear. Sato, please. Mrs. Sato, what's all this about? Oh, please don't concern yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. It's only me going back to Japan. I like the little detail of like, when they're alone, or like when they're with Japanese people, they always use son. But like when they're with other people from Britain, they always use like Mr. or Miss, you know? I like that little the little switch is really nice. It's like I feel like because it literally is like code switching, so I really enjoy that. Your life here can continue just as it has. That's not what I asked. What happened? Why are you leaving? Not. It's my father. He's fallen ill. Oh no! Professor Mikotoba. Maybe I should pronounce it like a bit more like... Okay, how about... I'm having an idea. Like, if I'm having an idea, and I hope like people can catch on to what I'm gonna do. If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. We received an international telegram from the Empire of Japan informing us of the news. 10 days ago, father collapsed with a fever. The cause is apparently unknown, and it seems he grows weaker day by day. I don't believe it. As you are aware, the voyage from here to your country's capital, Tokyo, takes some 50 days. I thought it would be prudent to hasten Mr. Sato's departure as much as possible. Yes, absolutely. I will leave London first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe this is happening. So Gina has been charged. She'll have to appear in court. Yes, she was formally charged a few days ago, and the date of the trial has already been set for tomorrow. No, not even 24 hours later? Gina. Ah, the Lestrade girl and the murder of the Baker Street pawnbroker. Yes. An all too conspicuous case. The pickpocket was clearly disturbed mid-robbery and shot the man in a panic. No. The yacht is overstretched as it is, without wasting time on these open and shut cases. It's not wasting time. Ginny would never do something like that. Thoughts? Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes, Lord Strongheart. In deference to your fine services to date, I shall overlook this young girl's insolence. But I have no recollection of admitting a child into my office. Leave. Now. Of course, Lord Strongheart. Criminals will tell the most palpable lies in order to evade justice. The police can ill afford the time it takes to unravel all their truths. Meanwhile, more crimes are perpetrated. We have far more serious matters with which to contend. Serious matters? Didn't Gregson mention something like that yesterday? Yes, Inspector Gregson made a similar remark yesterday. It's no concern of yours, though I'm sure I need not remind you of that. Three minutes precisely until my next meeting. You must excuse me. There's just one more thing, Lord Strongheart, which is Miss Lestrade's case. Trial. I wonder if you might permit me to defend her. A timely suggestion. Sorry? The girl currently has no representation. But that's not fair! Yeah, she may be a pickpocket, but she still deserves a fair trial. Do not misunderstand me, young lady. The government provides for those too poor to afford representation with a public defender. The accused need only sign the relevant paperwork, and a defense barrister will be assigned to the case. However, the young girl in question has refused that right. How would she do that? A question you would do well to direct at Miss Lestrade. You'll find her at the local prison. Yes, thank you. Now then, it's time I was leaving. Good day to you. What a day. In a church with murder, Susanna-san about to leave. Dots. Come, Mr. Naruhodo, Iris. We must make haste. But, Susie... You're leaving for Japan tomorrow morning, aren't you? Don't you have packing and things to do? Dots. As Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, my personal circumstances are of no consequence. My sole purpose remains to help you in whatever way I can. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Yes, that's a very pensive look. I think we ought to visit Gina first. In any case, I should like to wish her well before I leave. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. Let's go. If I'm honest, this has completely thrown me off. I'll just have to do what I can as a lawyer. Let's go! It's lawyering time! Wait, hang on. I want to hear their descriptions. Those giant suits of armor are still facing each other menacingly across the room. I just can't understand why anyone would wear things like that in battle. They must be so heavy. I expect you would invent some lightweight suit if it was down to you, wouldn't you, Iris? I think if it was me, I'd invent a world where people didn't need to fight each other in the first place. Aw, Iris, you're a champion. We love you. Well, what do you think? That was a model answer, wasn't it? She's 10, Rinosuke. 10, and she's leading you around by the nose. Oh my goodness! Just look at all these books! Yes, there are books about the judicial systems of all different Western nations. Even for someone like me, it would take at least 10 days to read all of these. Just 10 days? Oh, I was only joking, Bruno. I thought it would be fun to play up my genius. It's scarily believable with you. That's the trouble. Ooh! I've always dreamt of sitting in a huge desk like that and looking important. Why don't you try it then? Discreetly, of course. Alright, I will. Tell me how I look. Wait. Well, Bruno, what do you think? We can't see you, Iris. We love you, but we cannot see you. A little too discreet. I can't even see you. That's so cute. I love clocks and mechanisms, don't you? The way all the hundreds of pieces fit together, and work as one to move the hands of a single timepiece. Yes, I can imagine clocks are just your cup of tea. When I was little, I used to dream of one day living inside a clock, you see. Then you must be envious of Lord Chief Justice having his office in a place like this, I suppose. No, not really. Oh. Well, I mean, that's a dream for when you're little. It'll be silly now. Don't let Lord Strongheart hear you talking like that. Alright, let's move. Gina! There we go. Ah! Hello again, Gina. Gina, please, come on, Gina, come on, man! Come on, no, Gina, come on! What are you lot here for now? To have the muzzle of that grenade launcher shoved in our faces yet again, obviously. I think I need to improve the way you load ammunition into that thing, don't I? Look! You can come as many times as you like, but I ain't got nothing more to say to you. Dots. Gina. I wonder if you might hear me out. There's something I'd like to say. What? I'm sorry to say that I must reluctantly bid you farewell. Farewell! Tomorrow, I must begin my journey back home, to Japan. I fear we may never meet again. Oh, right. I've had the pleasure of meeting so many lovely people here in London. I have so many wonderful memories. And yet, as things stand now, it will be a glum parting indeed. Poor Iris is so miserable. Susie. Well, that ain't my business. Both Iris and Mr. Naruhodo believe you to be innocent, Gina. They put their faith in you. But somehow, you can't find it in your heart to put your faith in them. Yeah, that's right, I can't! What of it? It grieves me greatly to have to say goodbye to my friends when they are so clearly unhappy. Because of you. Well, it's my fault! Yes. So I have one final request, Gina, before our paths never cross again. Remember, Susato is 1 year younger than Gina. Gina's 17. You know? Susato is 1 year younger. Right here and now. I want you to show both of them that you don't deserve the faith that they've invested in you. Only by doing that will you truly be as alone as you claim to be. What are you talking about? What do you expect me to do, eh? You've told us that everyone lies. So prove it! By admitting one of your own untruths. What about what you said before, Ginny? You said something about unforgivable lies. You must tell Mr. Naruhodo and Iris the truth now. That is my last request before I leave. My last request. As a judicial assistant. No, I can't. Whatever these lies are, they're obviously weighing very heavily on Gina's mind. Gina, I could be wrong, but... is it something to do with what happened 2 months ago? Something about that trial? The one in which Magnus McGilda was acquitted. The case of that mysterious murder that took place inside the omnibus. You were called as a witness by the prosecution. Is that what this is about? Yeah, we were right. Because in that trial, I lied. I lied out like you wouldn't believe. Will you tell us about it now? The trial 2 months ago. Talk to us, Gina. Tell us. Like you said, it all happened 2 months ago. The culprits got owed of me and shoved me in the witness stand. And based on your testimony, Mr. McGilden was declared innocent. Yeah, well, the thing is, I lied about a whole bunch of stuff. I knew it. What sort of thing did you lie about? I was hiding under the seat that night. That was the truth. It was pitch black in that little cubbyhole. I couldn't see a thing. And then... I heard that loud thud, like someone falling on the floor. And that's when Mr. McGilda discovered you. Yeah. He pulled me out from under the seat, sat me next to the dead man. There wasn't much light to see by. When I look at me hands, I had the cove's blood all over him. I was so scared. I couldn't even speak. You had his blood in your hands. In other words, it was Gina that the witnesses on the roof deck saw come through the skylight. Then Mr. McGilda started asking you questions, I suppose. Who you were, and why you were hiding under the seat. Yeah, he did. Only, that's not all. What do you mean? I mean, he threatened me. Threatened you how? He made me swear about what I'd seen and what I heard. About what he was gonna do after the cove was found dead. He told me swear I wouldn't tell no one about any of it. If I did that, he said he'd let me scalp it off before the couple showed up. Dots. Gina. You must tell me what he swore you to secrecy about. What you saw. What you heard. Everything. You said Mr. McGilda made you swear not to tell anybody what you saw. But you were in the pitch black compartment under the seat the whole time, weren't you? Yes. But Mr. McGilda said it above your head, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's true. But... it was when I heard the thud of the cove hitting the floor. A loud little scream, you see. Couldn't help it. Mr. McGilda hit that and dragged me by my arm. And that's when I saw it. It was on the floor next to the old geezer who had been stabbed. A disc. All bright and shiny. A disc? Do you mean, like the music box disc? Yeah, that's it. The one what the D took off me at Winterbanks. The new music box disc was there, on the floor of the omnibus. Not for long, Mr. McGilda spotted it straight away. He picked it up, smelt it, and stuffed it inside his pocket. So that disc was in the omnibus 2 months ago, at the scene of Mr. Mason's murder. And the bog trotter told me, if I wanted to mutter a word of it to no one. What did you hear? Because it was so dark under that seat in the cab. I was straining my ears the whole time. After a while, I heard the door and footsteps inside the cabin. Presumably that was Mr. McGilda getting on board. Nah, not only him. Oh. Because I could definitely make out the footsteps of 2 people. In that case, it would seem likely that it was Mr. McGilda and the victim. The thrice-fired Mason. In his testimony during the trial, Mr. McGilda claimed he slept during the carriage ride. But whenever I'm in a carriage, I've taken with a fierce tiredness and always succumb to it. And your own testimony, Gina, supported this. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Yeah, that wasn't exactly true. Neither of them was asleep. I could hear them talking the whole time, in low voices. What? What were they talking about? Damn, Gina. Like, so McGilda killed the guy, and we acquitted him. We gave him a fake not guilty. No! No! Damn, and that's our technically our third case, too. Sorry, I don't know. The sound of the horses and the wheels was too loud. But that still tells us something. Mr. McGilda and the victim knew each other. So McGilda was lying, as I suspected. Oh wait, crap. No, I pressed the wrong one. It's okay. Okay, after the event, I knew it wasn't gonna take long before someone raised the alarm that the bloke had been killed. Yes, you were quite right. The other passengers on the roof deck noticed very quickly. So when a cat came to stop, Miss McGilda told me to hide on the back under the seat again. I climbed in and waited. The two cubs from up top ran off to get the coppers. Yes, Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Right, and after they're gone, McGilda asked the driver to do him a favor. A favor? Now then, fellow, what I need you to do is take this coat of mine and deposit it with a nearby pawnbroker. And for your troubles, let's see now. I'll give you 10 guineas. A nearby pawnbroker? You mean on Baker Street? Yep, you got it. It was Windibank's. The coachee snapped up the money and ran off to pop this coat as fast as he could. But then there was no one left in the carriage. Mr. McGilda opened the box under the seat. And let me get out of there, but not without conditions. I see. Dang it, Beepo. Alright, so what are the conditions? What were McGilda's conditions then? For letting you go free, I mean, like, to pick up his coat after 2 months, maybe, if he couldn't? Thoughts. Not telling a soul. Not of anything. About what I saw and what I heard. And there was something else as well. There's more. Yeah. This is the most important thing, he said. I'm off to sending the coachman on a little errand for me, with some small change in his hand. Now then, you hear what I ask of him? Do you see anything at all? He asked him to go puppy weasel, right? Aye. The fiend's taking me overcoat to deposit with a pawnbroker hereabouts. Now I want you, lass, to take the redemption ticket for it. Do you understand? What? You want me to have the ticket? That's right. And I'll fetch it from you later, sometime within the next 2 months. You to hang on to it until then. Is that clear? And whatever you do, don't lose it. Alright then. And in case I might happen to be delayed at all, you have to go to the pawn shop, win the bank, so it is, and you have to extend the loan before the 2 months is up. If you forget, the article will be forfeited and any old fiend could come along and buy it. But I ain't got that kind of brass. It's £5. That should be enough. You understand each other, lass. Won't try anything funny now. If you go against me, yeah, I get it. Good. And one more thing. In a few days from now, he'd be visited by police, I've no doubts. The coppers? Aye. They'll come asking you to take the stand in court, to testify as a witness. Well, let's just have a wee chat about that, shall we? What it is that ye might say, and what it is that ye won't. So he planned out everything, that motherfucker. After he'd gone over it all, I piked it. Got as far from there as I could. He hit the pawnbroker's ticket in some bushes near the scene. I had to fetch it the next day once it got dark. So McGill had planned it. And coerced Gina into giving false testimony. Dots. Dots. I bet you're ready to string me up, eh? No. Not at all, Gina. Like, you were being coerced, you were being threatened. Why would I be mad at you, of all people? I should be mad. I'm mad at McGilden. I lied. In that big old courtroom, I told some corkers. Dots. The thing is that it will make it so we couldn't live in the East End no more. That's what he threatened me with. What a wicked man. He knew everything what went on in the back slums. He knew we had no one to look after us. And we was all just looking out for each other, getting by together. So you mean Mr. McGoodall would have? In an heartbeat. He could have had a lot of us chased out of there if he wanted. And then where could we have gone, eh? Nowhere, that's where. So, I didn't have no choice. Dots. Thank you, Gina, for telling us everything. But I'm for it now, eh? Go on, admit it. You must be living. Well, you can make amends by doing me a simple favor. Favor? What? Sign the representation papers for tomorrow's trial. If you don't actually want me to represent you in court, you can rip it up later. But we need that paperwork or we can't investigate. The police won't let us. Investigate what? The scene of the incident last night. Mr. Sholmes was shot, you see. You what? Well, he's having a big operation right now, Ginny. Is it bad? Is he gonna be alright? Sholmes is gonna be alright, right? See, you do care. Dots. That's why I want to investigate. For Mr. Sholmes' sake as much as anything. Right. So what you're saying is, if I sign that bit of paper, everyone's happy. Is that it? Something like that. Mr. Sato? Yes, of course. I have the representation papers here. Where are you keeping it? I don't need no one to stick up for me, though. No lawyer or nothing. What about a friend? Poor Janie. She seems so lonely. Gina's representations have been entered into the court record. The paperwork signed by Gina to put me in charge of her defense, showing this to the Scotland Yard detectives gains us access to the crime scene. Let's go! Well, at least this should mean we can investigate the scene at Windibanks now. Yes. And perhaps we can come back to visit Ginny when we're done there. I feel like we finally cracked Gina. She's opened up to us at last. Now I have her representation papers. No one else knows just what a responsibility that is. Anyway, right now it means Inspector Gregson can't stop us investigating at Windibanks. Although, something tells me he's not going to be happy about it. Oh? Oh, okay. Alright. Interesting. How many investigations are there? What the heck? Alright, Huh. Hmm. You know what? I want to continue it just a little bit just so we can get some evidence and see what exactly is happening. How are you feeling? I'm still feeling okay. Like I can go on for a little bit longer, I feel. It's not too late for me. But I'm going to take a very quick bathroom break first and then I'll come back and we'll see how much of like part 4 we actually get through because I just want to go through the evidence and stuff and see what's happening because I want to find that box because that box is now being sold instead of actually being in the storeroom. So yeah, gonna look into that. So I'll be right back. And yeah, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Now let's carry on. It's time to investigate. I feel like, okay, I'm gonna investigate I'm gonna carry on until we get to the trial save, and then we're gonna call it here. So yeah, let's just carry on now. Here we go again at the scene of the crime. Now to thrust these representation papers in Gregson's face and see what he makes of them. Hello again, Inspector. Do you have a minute, please? What is it now? You should go home and get some rest. Here you are, Gregsy. Here are the representation papers. Your ladyship! How? I don't believe it. How the devil did you get that stubborn little ragabash to sign them? I salute you. That is good work, that is. I can see you've been very busy here as well. How about some tea? It's a special blend designed to relieve fatigue. Nice. Glug, 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 glugson. Strikes again. Ah, lovely. Well, let's see now. Yes, yes. I hardly feel tired at all. I'm fit as a fiddle, your ladyship. Would it be alright if we investigated the scene of the crime then? Do as you please. You know where it happened? Through that door behind the counter. Yes, the storeroom. That's where I discovered Mr. Winterbank and Gina. Right. Well, I'll be getting back to business then. Will you be investigating in the storeroom as well, Inspector? If I'm perfectly honest, we need to wrap this up before long. Can't afford to spend too much time on it. But there's so many articles to go through, it's taking forever. Even with the lads working around the clock. Which is a problem, because there's another case the Yard needs to investigate urgently. That must be what Lord Strongheart meant by far more serious matters before. So what I'm saying is, don't get under my feet, sunshine. Come then, let us not waste any time. I'm gonna investigate here, the relic book player. This is that strange contraption that lets you see pictures of things as if they were right in front of your eyes. It makes you think, but Mr. Soames gleefully showed it to us yesterday. We were blissfully unaware that any of this was about to happen. Ah, look there! Oh yes, bullet hole. And I see the bullet is still lodged in the wall. Presumably Mr. Winterbank wasn't practicing with his revolver in his spare time. Oh, well... Mr. Sholmes likes to practice in his drawing room whenever he can. He's very patriotic like that. Sorry? It's all there in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, you know? Isn't that right, Iris? Ah, did I write something like that? Partly in jest, perhaps. In jest? Well, he doesn't do it often. It is a quite dangerous pastime. He doesn't do it often? He shouldn't even do it once! We got that for now, Reno. Let's examine this bullet. Okay. What's that around the bullet hole? That looks like blood, my dude. Is it blood? A suspicious red stain on the calendar. Aha! I may well be able to help with that. What? There's nothing like the sight of blood to get the blood pumping, is there, Bruno? Iris, what? What do you mean by that? I have a feeling I'm not as blood-minded as you, Iris. I'm afraid the sight of blood makes my blood run cold. There you have it, you see? When it comes to blood, we're all different types. Oh! Okay, yeah, true. Yes, what a scientific observation. So you need this. Oh no. What is that scary looking thing? Oh, wait, hang on. So we're gonna need to do some blood, comparisons, right? And we already know, based on yesterday's stream with, like, Eggert Benedict, whose blood we're gonna be comparing it to, I would think. Right? Possibly? Hurley and I haven't actually come up with a name for it yet. But as soon as you see it in action, you'll understand what it does. Watch. Is it gonna change color? It's green! Oh! The color of the bloodstain has changed! That! Does it make sense now? Yes, I think I'm starting to understand. Good! It works on the principle that different people have different types of blood, you see. Yes, how wonderful! The chemical it flies combines with the blood and makes it change color. So you can identify whose blood it is that you're looking at, in a flash. Oh, what a fabulous invention, Iris. She's just making... Wow, she's just making all the inventions. Damn, Iris. You're smart. You're a genius. Isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? I bet Ginny will be saying it's bleeding great. So whose blood are we looking at then? Well, all the chemical does is turn the blood a different color, so... just find someone whose blood turns the same color, and you'd know who it belongs to. In a flash. It's more like 2 flashes, really, isn't it? 1 flash or 2, this could well turn out to be a very valuable clue. So we must make a note of it in the court record. The blood sample has been entered into the court record. It's more of a thing like, would the judge and the court accept this as evidence, though? You know? A sample of blood analyzed with a special chemical indicator developed by Mr. Sholmes. Different people's blood turns different colors. Let's keep testing and adding the results of any other blood analysis to the portfolio. As long as I have Regent left, sure. I'm fairly sure this contraption was here yesterday as well. Here we are. Although I'm not confident I can get it closed again. Oh, yes! That's a floating stereoscope. I knew it! Really? This is a stereoscope? Mr. Sholmes showed us a picture yesterday that you were supposed to be able to see in 3 dimensions. But for that, he used a great big contraption over there. Well, that's for use in public houses and places like that. It contains a carousel of all sorts of pictures inside. But this little thing is a much simpler design for use at home. There are special shops selling prints you can use in them. I have a little collection myself. I wonder if I could make money out of these in Japan. It would beat keeping my toilet sparkling clean anyway. These shelves are where the pawnbrokers puts articles that have been forfeited on display for customers to buy. Yes, it's a really strange miscellany, isn't it? I mean, who would buy this horse statue, for example? Well, sometimes you can find some real treasures among all the junk, you know. Dot. Are you alright, Bruno? Oh, it's just... well, it looks like a collection of useless junk as a whole, but when you pick out individual things, you can't help wishing you owned them. Even that horse statue. Ryunosuke! Ryunosuke, please! That's exactly how the pawnbroker works. Very clever. That's a music box. Do you have them where you come from, Bruno? Yes, but I've never seen one as large as this in Japan. Oh, well, this will be a treat. Shall we have a listen? Sure, let's see it again. Let's run it back. Dots. What do you think? Isn't it a pretty sound? It's a beautiful sound, yes, but it's a little hard to enjoy when all the policemen in the room are giving you fierce looks. Never mind that. If any of them say anything, I'll tell Greg to have a word. Iris Wilson, Superintendent of Scotland Yard. Literally. Okay. I want to take a look at the glass. Or, I guess the table as a whole. There we go. Oh, there's a cat here too. There's the article ledger here and Mr. Windenbank's notes and... What's this? It looks as though someone has left a little photographic print behind. Oh, look at the back. There's some writing. Is there? Oh, show us, Susie. Show us. Oh, there's a blood splatter here. Okay. 15th February, 10:30 p.m. Article deposited. One gentleman's overcoat. So this was the ticket, the redemption ticket that Gina had. Loan amount paid, £1. Redemption period, 15th April, 10:30 p.m. A gentleman's overcoat pawned for £1. Clearly it was a very fine coat. In fact, I think... yes, this must be the ticket for the overcoat that Ginny redeemed yesterday. And is still wearing, which belonged to McGilded. I would never have expected a redemption ticket to be handwritten on the back of a photograph, though. It seems Mr. Windenbank just used whatever piece of paper he happened to have to hand. But this photograph of a cat, it looks very familiar, doesn't it? I'm sure I've seen this exact same picture somewhere. Yeah, because it's the one that Gina gave you. Oh, yes, you're right. Very recently. It's the same as the one Jeannie gave us earlier. Of course. I was forgetting that she gave us that print. But what are you waiting for then, Mr. Naruto? Get it out! Alright. Lecoq's turn. Oh! Wait, this is actually like a stereoscope print. Because you see like how like... You know, if you look at the distance between the cats, right? Here and here. So if we do our little trick where we look at the cats, stare at it, cross our eyes, and then put the image together, you get a little 3D image. Ah, my eyes. And again, I will still say that the fact... So remember, this game originally came out on the 3DS, right? I said this yesterday, I'm gonna reiterate myself again. This game came out on the 3DS, right? And the gimmick of the 3DS is that the games, we had the 3D slider to make the games appear, to change the perspective of the games to make it more like 3D, among other things, right? So the thing about that is that you can't use your own eyes' own like stereoscopic effect by crossing your eyes over if you have the slider turned on. So in order for this to properly show as 3D, you need to turn the 3D slider off and then cross your eyes to make it look 3D, which is kind of like a weird meta thing, right? It was kind of interesting. At least I found it interesting. I thought it was such like a weird like irony that he put in the game. Dots. I've got it. These two photographs hide an amazing secret. It's a stereoscopic photo. A secret? What is that? What does she mean? You must tell us, Iris, at once. You really want to know? Yes, we need you to tell us all you know about this pair of photographs. Pair of photographs, let's go. So Iris, about these two photographic prints. The one we found here on Mr. Windenbank's counter, and the one Gina gave us before. What is this amazing secret you mentioned that's hidden between these two identical prints? Actually, that's not quite right. Sorry? If you look carefully, the two prints aren't the same. Not exactly. They're not? Yeah, because it's for the 3D effect. Have another look at them now. There we go. Can you see that they're just slightly different from each other? I think so. It's very subtle though. What's the reason for the subtle difference between the two prints? It's for the stereoscopic vision. Ah, well, it's because they're a set, you see. No, I don't. This pair of photographs is meant to be used in a stereoscope. Everyone in London's raving about them at the moment. Ah, a stereoscope. Why do I feel as though I've heard that word before? Rinosuke, do you have short-term memory loss? We were just talking about it. Oh, yes. That's what Mr. Sholmes showed us yesterday. You see? There it is, just over there. Ah, yes, of course. That magical machine that makes pictures look almost real enough to touch. Hehe. Well, actually, it's quite possible to see the same depth in pictures even without one of those contraptions. What? Really? Do you know how a pair of flat photographic prints can appear to have any depth in the first place? No, I have no idea. Oh, wonderful. Then I'll be able to tell you. She's over the moon, bless her. Should we let her explain though? We really need to carry on investigating the scene. Let's do it. I, for one, simply have to know. I mean, it's basically what I said earlier, you know? It's what I said yesterday. Basically, it works the same as how, like, 3D movies work, right? When you when you watch a 3D movie without the glasses, or, like, without a 3D TV, right? You would see that you're basically seeing, like, double on the screen, in a way, right? Like, interlaid on top of one another. So the glasses help to kind of basically set the images on top of one another to give it the perspective of depth, essentially. And that's just like exactly what 3D TVs do. Is basically what was done when 3D was done with like red and blue glasses, because like the two images were in red. The two images or the two videos were in red and blue, and then it gets interlaid on top of one another by wearing the glasses, essentially. And basically, when you look at these two images side by side, if you cross your eyes, you can link the two images together into the center, and then you have that sense of depth and perspective. Have you ever considered, Runo, how our eyes see depth in the world around us? Well, I just opened them, and it works. Yeah, but if you lose one eye, you lose depth perception. The reason it works is because we have two eyes. Two eyes. Shocking. If you try closing just one eye at a time, I think you would see straight away. What do you see of your left eye? Oh wow, they actually did do like a different thing. And what you see of your right eye? Are ever so slightly different. You get a different view of each eye. Yes, the position of objects seems to shift slightly. Exactly. And in your head, your brain uses that shift to estimate depth as it merges the two images into one. That's how we can send depth in everything we see. My brain really is amazing, isn't it? It does so much without telling me. Ah, I think I see. So the pair of photographs consists of a left eye view and a right eye view. Is that right? Oh, well done, Susie. You're so quick. So if you can persuade your brain to merge the two images together in your head, that's why you need to cross your eyes. You'll be able to see depth in those prints. Yes, Runo, you're beginning to understand. And our stereoscope's function is to act as your brain and allow you to do just that. Yes, but as long as you have two images, two eyes, and one brain, you can actually do it yourself without needing a stereoscope at all. You can? Really? By crossing your eyes, bro. Let's try it. Let's see if you can view this pair of prints without the need of help of a stereoscope. Oh yes, I'm dying to have a go. Sato-san really loves this kind of thing. You need to be able to cross your eyes. That's the main thing. Can you both do that? Cross my eyes? I think I can. Watch me see if you can copy. Oh my god, look at that. Make eyes do this. She's so cute. Okay. Alright, let me try. Wait, they're gonna both do it? Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo? There we go. There, how's that? Wonderful! Now it's your turn, Runo. Wait, if it actually like shifts the perspective, I'll be really impressed. The trick is to concentrate on looking at the bridge of your nose with both eyes at the same time. Not exactly an easy task when two people are staring at you cross-eyed. Alright, that's enough practice. Now let's try looking at the prints. Start by staring at one print and slowly crossing your eyes. You should see two interlapping images like these. You try now, Runo. Basically it's doing what I explained just now. I'm just gonna have to give it a try, I suppose. Dots. Did the print split into two images for you? Now the next step. Is to put the pair of prints side by side like this, and then to try crossing your eyes again. The prints should slowly merge together until... Oh, wow. Okay, it actually does. Okay, so like, I guess this is the time where like the 3DS users will actually turn on the sliders to actually make it look like 3D without having to cross their eyes. That's really cool. They form a new single image in the center. Oh, yes! Mr. Naruhodo, it works! I can see it in the middle now. It looks so real! Oh, I could look at it all day. You shouldn't do that. It's not good for your eyes. I wouldn't advise that. Your eyes might start to hurt. Your turn, Runo. Pretend you're looking through two photo pictures and slowly cross your eyes. Keep adjusting the position of your eyes until the two images overlap exactly in the middle. Like this, is it? Dots. Oh, I guess we have to do that ourselves. There, you managed it! So now you know how stereoscopic images work. Well, I don't know who discovered it, but it really is quite extraordinary. So what do you think of these stereoscopic prints then, Bruno? They're certainly amazing, but it isn't easy to get the knack of viewing them properly. Now, some people find it easier than others. But it's why contraptions like this exist, where people find it tricky. Oh, I recognize that. We saw one over there yesterday, didn't we? If I remember correctly, you press this little knob here. And then set the pair of photographs in this stand at the back end. It's still amazing, even though I know roughly how it works now. Well, London seems to agree with you. Stereoscopes are very popular at the moment. You can find one of these floating contraptions in lots of households in the capital currently. But if these little machines are so affordable, surely there's no need to go around staring cross-eyed at pictures like you hate them. Dots. But it's much more satisfying to be able to see the effect of your own eyes. Well, I think so in any case. Stereoscopic pictures. I never even heard of them until yesterday. We certainly learn a lot about them, but I wonder if it's knowledge that I'll ever actually need. Maybe. A second white cat photograph has been entered into the court record. Mr. Naruhodo, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's something rather troubling here. I have noticed. The red smear, you mean? Yes, it looks like blood, doesn't it? I wonder if Susato's-san had picked up on that. Well, in that case, yes, we need Iris. We should show this to her before we forget. Oh, okay. Iris, take a look at- wait, hang on. Ah, okay. Iris, take a look at this. Oh, that looks like blood! I would say it's from a gloved finger. Almost certainly a glove made of leather. Oh, don't worry, Bruno. You can leave the rest to me, and we know someone who has who had a gloved finger, right? It has to be Benedict. It's purple. Okay. Look at that. Oh, I see. I see what's gonna happen. Yes, it's a color we haven't. Yes, it's a color we haven't seen before, isn't it? We simply must add it to the portfolio of blood samples. It could be an important clue. Although, it would be nice to find out whose blood these different colors just correspond to at some point. Dots. Well, this particular stain of blood... Oh, you've had an idea, haven't you? Do you know whose blood this is? I think I do. Yes, I have an idea whose blood it is. Not from the color it turned, but with a little deduction. That's right. I think it's clear. Iris, you know who as well? You first, Runo. Who do you think it belongs to? Alright, I believe this is the blood of... Oh, it's not Egbert. I mean, if this redemption ticket is the one that McGilden held, right? Then it has to be his if, like, Egbert isn't here. And it can't be Gina's because it's a gloved hand. A gloved hand means it's someone who has money, so it has to be a McGilden, right? Mr. McGilden. Yes. After all, this redemption ticket belonged to him. Oh, you don't think? You mean that during the incident on the omnibus? Yes, I expect so. It's a very clear print and no small amount of blood. So it must have resulted from a fairly serious accident. Such as he might have... No, if that's the case, it must belong to the Mason. Wait, but if I remember rightly, no sign of injury was found in Mr. McGilden at all. Oh. We're trying to work out who the blood came from, so we can rule out anyone who hadn't been bleeding straight away. Dots. Yes, I suppose we can. I'll have to think this through some more. It's the Mason. Damn. Thrice-fired Mason. You don't sound very sure of yourself, the way you trod off there. Well, it was 2 months ago now, that case. And of course I never met the victim, but I'm struggling to remember his name. It was definitely thrice-fired, though. The victim of the omnibus case? Yes, his name was indeed Mr. Thrice-fired Mason. But that would mean that this bloodstain was left on the ticket 2 months ago. Yes, I think it was, and this is evidence that, like, McGilden was the one who killed him. Gina brought this ticket here to Winnebanks yesterday. I'm suggesting that the bloodstain was already on it at that time. There was a smear of blood from the time that Mr. Mason was killed 2 months ago. Something else is coming back to me now. Mr. McGilden was also wearing leather gloves that night. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't much as out wearing but me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. It certainly does look like a leather glove thumbprint, this mark. But we know that Mr. McGilden had no injuries at the time, anywhere on his body. From which we can conclude that any blood on the glove belonged to the victim, Mr. Mason. Mr. Naruhodo, you sound just like Mr. Sholmes. I mean, minus the quirky slip-ups, I hope. Yeah, we are Sholmes with, like, you know, when he's not dicking around. Yes, I think you're right, Bruno. Oh gosh, sorry. Very well, let's make a note of it. The details of the pawnbroker's ticket for the coat have been updated in the court record. I mean, even if it's not, as an indication of him killing Mason, at least we now know, like, who the purple blood belongs to, or fuchsia, or however you want to call that blood. The blood sample portfolio has been updated in the court. Let's go. Rain, hello! Thank you so much for water ASMR. Everyone, let's grab our little water jugs and do a little glug glug. I actually did need it, that Rain. Thanks for the pick me up. How are you doing though? Good afternoon. Okay, let's take a look at everything else. That ledger that's open on the counter there really is enormous, isn't it? It must be an awful lot of work to keep track of all these hundreds of items in pawn. My pleasure. It's too much to think about. Better to settle down and have a clear head if you ask me. But clearly Mr. Wendenbank was very careful when it came to the articles in his care. Can we take a look at the article? No? Can we take a look at the cameras? Could they have potentially have taken something? Well, let's look in the storeroom. Behind that door is the storeroom, isn't it? That's what Gregsley said. Dots. Yes. And that's where I saw that dreadful scene last night. Through the little window in the door. I'm doing well, was having a nice night until I was shocked at the news of this murder. Oh no! Rain! Rain! It's okay. We'll solve this, don't worry. You can bet your bottom dollar that we're gonna be solving it. Don't you worry now. Don't you worry. Mr. Weidenbank face down on the floor, with Gina beside him. As the accused's legal representative, you have the right to examine the scene, Mr. Naruhodo. We must make a thorough investigation. Yes, of course. And we will. Behind that door, that's the real scene of the crime. Let's go, Iris. Don't worry. If there are clues in there, I'll find them. Let's move in. The storeroom where pawn items are kept until they are redeemed or forfeited. It's also where Mr. Wendenbank's body was discovered. Let's go. The chest is open. Great, thank you so much for the stretch. Let's do a real good one. Oh. A good detective must stretch too. Well, we're lawyers, but yeah, thank you. Poor Iris. She's clammed up completely. Iris is bound to find this difficult. She has a medical doctorate, but she is still a child. After all, Mr. Wendenbank's life was taken in his very room only last night. Dots. Gregson! Oh! Wait, Inspector! What'd you just yell at us for? What is it now, Sunshine? You took one look at me and tried to run away. You think a Scotland Yard inspector will run away from some jumped up little defense lawyer, do you? Dots. Well... I've never seen her ladyship looking like that before, is the thing. I didn't know what to say to her. So you weren't running away from me, you were running away from a 10-year-old. I'm afraid this is all a little too much for young Iris. Some gentle reassurance might go a long way, perhaps, Inspector. Don't trouble yourself unduly, your ladyship. I mean, at least you're not... Gregson, what the hell? No! 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 No, why would you say that? Sir, what are you doing? What is he doing? What is wrong with you, Gregson? I know you don't know what to say, but don't say that. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay. Ew. I don't think that went very well. Why? Because she's a 10-year-old child, you nincompoop. Look, I'm in the middle of an investigation here, Sunshine, and I told you not to get under my feet. I put him to trial for making her cry. And we have investigating to do ourselves. Yes. I'd like to hear more of what the socially inept inspector has to say. Oh, Hurley. And inquire into how Mr. Shump's operation is going. I want to take a look at the crime scene real quick. I want to check on the blood. The police has marked the position of the body with a chalk line. Poor Mr. Winterbank. He was a nice old man. Well, he was shot just once, through the heart. Most likely, the fellow died instantly. He wouldn't have felt a thing. Thoughts. This must be his blood then. Ah! I don't like to ask at such a wretched time, Iris, but I wonder if perhaps... Don't worry, Susie. I'm ready for action! Pew! It's blue! Okay, blue blood? Man, I did not know Mr. Windenbanks was a royal, was of noble blood, jeez. So, now we know the color the chemical turns when it reacts with Mr. Windenbanks' blood, so I guess the green is Sherlock's, maybe? And it doesn't match our analysis of the blood stain we found in the main shop. No, but let's add the sample to the others we've already collected anyway. The blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. I mean, maybe not, because like, I think the bullet was lodged into Herlock. So, that blood should be from someone else, probably. Dots. Iris? Don't worry, I'm alright. But we must find the true culprit. Yes, absolutely. This is a revolver. A real one. And quite possibly the murder weapon. Wow, I know. Wow, I mistakenly gave her a British accent. And quite possibly the murder weapon used to take Mr. Windenbank's life. What's the matter, Susie? You don't really look like you're about to faint. Well, it's just that I rarely see a gun in the flesh. And I've had issues with guns in the past. But anyway, we saw Mr. Windenbank with this yesterday, didn't we? Yeah, he was about to Persona 3 himself. I shall have to take my own life. No, sir, don't do it. It must be the same gun. Can we add it to the court record? And last night, when I looked through the spy hole in the door to the storeroom here, that was the same gun I saw in Gina's hand. Mr. Windenbank told us he only ever had a single bullet loaded in his revolver, didn't he? Well, it's empty now. The one and only bullet he had in his gun has been fired. So you can be fairly certain that only a single shot was fired from this revolver. So why is there like another bullet at the calendar, right? And it's more than likely that Sholmes has a bullet inside of him right now. Possibly, I'm not sure. Look at all these articles that have been deposited. The room is stuffed full of them. I can't believe how many there are. A bicycle, a gramophone, musical instruments, even some enormous paintings. This is not the best place to put them, but okay. Look. Pieces of different people's lives quietly gathering dust in here together. There's something very peaceful about the atmosphere in here. Or at least there would be, if not for the chalk outline on the floor and the policemen shuffling around. Not much I can do about that, sunshine. Okay, so this is the last one. Out of all the articles in the storeroom, this is the only thing that shows any sign of being ransacked. Ah! What is it, Iris? That's the box file that my manuscript is being kept in. Oh! Iris's unpublished story, The Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah. And because Gina went in there to see if it's actually in there. Surely that's not what all this... Sorry, Iris, but if you ask me, he sewed it. Without telling you. We must check inside the box. At once. Yes. Dots. Ah! It was there! Iris' story was there! Really? It was? Well, that's good news, isn't it, Iris? Yes. I mean, of course I believed Hurley when he said he deposited it in here, but still. It's a relief to actually see it. Really? Because that's not a very well-hidden frown. Because you're still wondering how does Sasato know the name of the title? Dots. Iris' manuscript has been entered into the court record. A long, unpublished story that Mr. Sholmes deposited at the pawnbroker at the of the victim, Mr. Winnebank, is entitled The Hound of the Baskervilles. It has a little heart in it. Man, sorry, not heart, flower on it. Man. It's really Iris core. I love that. Hang on, let me take a look at it. Iris Wilson, look at that. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Dots. How did Sasato-san know the exact title of this unpublished story? Dots. I suppose I'll just have to wait until she's ready to explain it to me. I'm so sorry. This is a thick manuscript, dang. Alright, talk to me, Gregson. The scene of the crime. So, Inspector, what do you make of the crime scene here? Pshaw! Got eyes, haven't you? Use them! It is what it looks like. Nothing more, nothing less. Dots. Iris, could you lend me a hand? So, Grexy, what do you make of the crime scene here? Oh yes, your ladyship. You'll let me humbly explain. Last night, at shortly after the hour of 1 o'clock in the morning, Scotland Yard police attended the scene. The window-lane door to the storeroom was found locked from the inside. So it was locked from the inside, okay. The lock appears to be broken now, though. Was that the police officer stealing? Quite right, ma'am, quite right. We took the liberty of smashing the door in, as humbly as possible. Oh. As you can see, the victim was discovered prostrate on the floor, dust-wise. And next to the aforementioned body, we discovered the vile-gutted child. Alright, talk about Ginny. She's my friend, you know, Inspector. Dots. Miss Lestrade, the hapless girl, was curled up on the floor, dead to the world. She's still alive, you know. Yes, when I saw her, she appeared to be unconscious. And I'm afraid to say she had the gun that was used in her hand. No! Presumably, it's the gun that's still down there on the floor now. In her pocket, we found the key to the door as well. What? The key to the storeroom? And you say the storeroom had been locked from the inside, Inspector? Correct. All of which leaves her ladyship's friend in something of a sticky situation, I'm afraid. Dots. Obviously, my personal opinion is that it's all some sort of misunderstanding. Are you sure about that? Yeah, because it kind of seems like you've got Gina dead to rights for whatever reason. Of course it is, Inspector. Of course it is. Crap! No, Sholmes. I need to go through all of this. Hang on. Okay, show him this operation. Grexy, do you know anything about Hurley? Is the operation finished? Is Hurley alright? Is he? The thing is, don't mince your words, Inspector, please. You don't mean to say that Mr. Sholmes is... Oh my god, Sasato, your tears? No, the operation's done and dusted. It's just that, well, he's in a coma, isn't he? Out with it, oh god. She's gonna do a Sasato takedown. Yes, ma'am. They use something called a general anesthetic. It's the latest thing. Renders the whole body insensitive. The whole body. Anesthesize? Is that even possible? Wait. It means the operation can be completed while the patient is fast asleep. But this means that the fact that you're bringing this up isn't... I don't think it's just a matter of like, because Sholmes had an operation. General anesthesia is gonna play a part in the trial, methinks. Goodness. In the Empire of Japan, we can just manage to provide laughing gas for a tooth extraction. The trouble is, the latest thing isn't always the greatest thing, if you follow my meaning. He couldn't get the medication to work at first, so it took hours for him to nod off, or so I hear. And now that the op's finished, they can't get him to wake up apparently. Oh my. No one knows if it's the anesthetic still in the system, or if the bloke's just plain exhausted. But anyway, all they can do is stand back and watch until it comes round again. Early. The moment he opens his eyes, your ladyship, I swear I shall get word to you. What a surprise. Even in matters of life and death, Mr. Shrums has to do things his way. Is there anything else I can examine, right? Or should I present something to him? Nothing else I can see. Let's see. Can we present this to you? Inspector Gretchen, can you give me your opinion about this, do you think? We don't tend to share, Sunshine. Not with the general public. Ugh. In that case, Gregory, how about some herbal tea? Glug 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 glugson. Ah, lovely. Thank you very much. I really hit the spot, ladyship. You don't mind sharing that, then? Okay, so nothing around, nothing with this. Fair enough. Okay, there's nothing I can actually, like, give him. Let me move back to the main shop, just to double check. And then... might miss what people say. Can I go to the hospital now? No. There has to be something. Wait, hang on. What if I move here and then I present the manuscript to Iris? Oh, my manuscript. Mr. Chum said he deposited at Windibanks, and he had. But it's so strange. What is it about this particular story? I worked so hard on it. Why would Hurley say I can't publish it? I'm afraid I have no idea. All I can do is wait until he's recovered to tell you, I suppose. Oh, maybe. It's because Hurley isn't in it enough. Maybe I didn't give him enough good lines. Yes, maybe. I wish I could say that definitely wasn't a reason, but I can't. Hmm. Hmm. Let's do this again. Let's see. Locked from the inside, so it was locked from the inside. Okay. Because we can't take a look at the door either. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, let's go visit, let's go visit Gina. Just in case. There we go. That was the trigger, because I feel like we need to present the manuscript to Gina. Gina doesn't appear to be here. I believe she must be in questioning at the moment. Dang. Oh, but wait a minute. What is it, Iris? Well, if you examine the scene here carefully, there's another possibility, isn't there? Gina could have slipped the key from the jailer when he wasn't looking and escaped. Oh my. Why would she do something like that? It would only make her situation worse. Dots. Calm down, Runo. I was only joking, of course. Dots. Oh. Got me worried there. That was a great deduction. Yes, it must be your way with words, Iris. You're so wonderfully persuasive. Perhaps you don't fully understand the weight your words carry. Oh. Oh dear. I'm sorry. I suppose a light-hearted great detective is a contradiction in terms. Well, in the same situation, I'm sure Mr. Sholmes would have just thrown his head back and waffled. I'm not entirely sure that's helpful, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, anyway, it looks like we won't be able to talk to Gina for a while. Try to make progress with our investigation in the meantime. Yes, come along then, Runo. Come along, Susie. Okay. Then what about Baker Street itself? Hmm. Well, let's go back to Sholmes' suite. I want to take a look. Now this really is Mr. Sholmes' faithful preferring partner then. The Scrapifarius? No, it's no good. It's gone. The virtuoso's violin that he found in the pawnbrokers and managed to buy for next to nothing. I hope Hurley gets well soon. I missed hearing his violin playing already. Oh, Iris. I'm sure he will. Hmm. Okay, nothing here. Hmm. Oh, here we go. Is that what I think it is? Your ladyship's latest? Yes, my latest story. It's called The Hound of the Baskervilles. A most fascinating title, your ladyship. Fascinating. And, I don't suppose... Will there be any mention of my humble self in the tale this time? Good question. I can't really remember. I see. Well, what would you, your ladyship? I'll just await its publication with eager anticipation. You needn't worry, Inspector. I'm sure if you do appear, you won't be doing anything particularly remarkable. You looking to be arrested, Sunshine? I didn't mean it like that. And even if I did, you wouldn't have bitten her ladyship's head off, would you? At this point, we're just presenting everything and anything. So it's like... What am I missing? Not the gun, I'm sure. Like, it should still have the same thing. Yeah, the same thing, the same dialogue. There's nothing else I can get from Gregson at this point. Go back to the main shop at least. Let's take a look around. Is there anything that I haven't already investigated? The policeman? The constable? The police are scouring every inch of this place by the look of it. Instruction from the Yada to examine every article in this shop and every ledger and book of accounts. Every article? But that's a ridiculous amount of work, surely. We've been hard at it ever since the shop was declared a crime scene in the early hours. We're still sifting through it all in shifts at least, but still, we'll be working through the night, that's for sure. And even then, we'll barely have scratched the surface. A crime and a pawnbrokers. It must be every policeman's worst nightmare. It's every cop's worst nightmare, you know? A crime and a pawnbrokers. Okay. Green blood. It just seems wrong somehow. Oh, there are all sorts of different colors. Pretty pinks and purples too, you know. Like I said, everyone's blood is different. I wonder what color my blood would turn out. Actually, I don't want to know. This officer has been staring intently at the walls since before he came in. Shh, keep it down. Oh, sorry. There's a major clue just here. Really? Maybe we must kill Gregsy at once. But as soon as I report it, that'll be it. I'll be stuck here even longer. Stuck here? What do you mean? I haven't been home in 2 days already. I need another constable to relieve me and take over me shift. They really have a tough time, the British police. That doesn't stop us investigating, though, does it? No, I suppose not. I'm fairly sure it was the calendar he was peering at. So we saw that already. Okay, let's just look at this again. Mr. Winnebank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out a redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he ran out of paper or so had to use anything he had to hand. It's hard to know what's the front and what's the reverse side now. Thoughts on this? Inspector. There we go. What do you make of this? Ah, what over here then? A redemption ticket for an article deposited here, is it? Looks like someone's run out of office stationery and wrote the ticket on whatever paper was to hand. Yes, this is the ticket for McGilda's overcoat. The one that little diver turned up with yesterday. It's not though. Oh, actually no, it's not. Really? Think you know better than me, do you? No, I didn't mean to, Bruno's right, Grixie. It isn't the same ticket. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. I never doubted your leadership. So, what's all this about then, if I might be so bold as to ask? This is a second ticket. A second one. It seems that Mr. McGilda in fact had another article in storage here at Winnebank's. Dots. Is that right? I think we need to discuss this further with the inspector, Mr. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Oh, good, because he's ever so easy to talk to. There we go. This ticket was in one of the pockets of Mr. McGilda's overcoat. Eh? You mean to tell me? Yes, there was more than just the music box disc, it seems. Huh. I should have insisted on less taking it back to the yacht and examining it properly. Well, according to the details on this ticket, Mr. McGilda deposited another article here with Mr. Winnebank. Yes, I can see it written here. A small box, was it? Do you have an idea where it is, Grixie? Any idea at all? It's another article belonging to Mr. McGilda. It could be an important clue. Well, yes, I suppose it could be. It's been sold, hasn't it? Please, stop looking at me with those big turquoise eyes, all full of hope and expectation. It's too much pressure. I'll lose me marbles, I will. I'll go barking. There's no time for dog impressions, Inspector. That's enough sauce from you, Sunshine. There's one thing that springs to mind. According to this ticket, the redemption deadline's already passed, hasn't it? Oh yes, of course. Articles only held for 2 months. So the small box will no longer be in here then. That's right. It's been forfeited. Which means it could be on the shelves in the front of the shop, where the forfeited items are offered for sale. And it's been 3 days since, like, it was put... Well... Yeah, it's been like 3 days since it's been put on the shelf. Yes, the shelves in the front. We must search them at once. No wasting your time. Oh. There are dozens of little boxes out there. Hundreds, even. We can't possibly know which one might have been McGilda's. That information is not written in the ledger. Yeah. Well, I think we should at least have a look, just in case. Of course, your ladyship, of course. Very sensible of you, I'm sure. This is getting old. Oh my god. Ah! I nearly jumped out of my skin there. How come Mr. Winnebank set up such a wicked trap? I mean, it's probably because of the hour, right? I doubt he set out to scare anyone. Is that really the time? I think perhaps we should pay Regina another visit soon. Oh? Her trial is tomorrow. We must establish whether or not you will be defending her. I think we should ask her one more time. She may have changed her mind. Dots. Don't you remember, Runo? You told her she could rip up the representation papers if she didn't want you to be a lawyer. Really? Did I say that? You did. Yes, you did. The deadline for submitting the paperwork is fast approaching. In that case, we had better hurry back to the prison and talk to Gina again. Let's take a look really quickly, though. This is where all the items that have been forfeited by their original owners are offered for sale. That's right. They've all got little price labels on them, but there are so many. I wonder if the small box in the stick was for is still on the shelf somewhere. The box that McGilda deposited here just over 2 months ago. Even if it were, finding it promises to be very troublesome indeed. There's so many boxes. It could be any one of them. Mr. Shom said that a pawnbroker's was the safest place to store anything, more secure than a bank's vault. So perhaps this small box of Mr. McGilda contains something of very great value. Well, if that's the case, they probably have kept it locked. So then we need to find every box with a lock and break them all open. Susato. That sort of misconduct will get you arrested. I won't let that happen. My back. Okay. This takes me back. It's been some time since Miss Susato-san threw me. Okay, we can't do that. So, wait. Another flawless Susato takedown, exactly. Okay, let's go back to Gina's. Susato might be the scariest person here. She is. She is. And she's only 16. And she can take us all down. Ah, Gina. Good. You're back. The police must have finished questioning her then. Oh, how was it, Ginny? Was it awful? Huh? Oh, didn't bother me. Thank you for the papers you signed before. I meant we were able to investigate at Winnebank's. Oh, right. She's actually the boss around. She is. She is the boss around here. Don't you want to know how we got on? We've been ever so busy. Dots. What's the point in asking? Won't change what everyone's saying, that I didn't. That's not... Gina, we came to ask you for your final decision. Eh? What decision? About tomorrow's trial. Will you let me defend you, or not? I must submit the paperwork now if you'd like Mr. Naruhodo to represent you. Right. I see. She's really losing her fight all of a sudden. But I know what that feels like. The worry's just so hard to bear. What have we uncovered? Dots. Dots. Oh, alright then. Blimey, give it a rest with them eyes, Iris. So come on then, fill us in. Who done it? Unfortunately, we don't know that yet. You don't say. We don't know yet, Gina. But Mr. Naruhodo and all of us know that you're innocent of this crime. And while we haven't yet managed to work out who the real culprit is, there are a number of interesting facts that we have managed to establish. Oh yeah? Like what? Well, for example, the reason for you being there in the first place. I think I now know why you broke into Winnebank's that night. Looks like I'm gonna have to take some evidence that clearly reveals the reason. and thrust it in Gina's face. Or I could present it to her calmly, I suppose. Bro, don't be thrusting anything at Gina's face. Not like this. Not in this Christian prison. Take that. We found this in Mr. Wendenbank's storeroom. A manuscript of Iris's latest story. Oh, right. Well, that's good then. Curiously, the storeroom at Wendenbank's showed no sign of being ransacked for items of value or the like. With one exception. The box file that housed this manuscript. Thoughts. It was you, wasn't it, Gina? Who broke open the box containing this manuscript last night. You were determined to find out whether or not the Hound of the Baskervilles was really there. That's the real reason you broke into the storeroom last night, isn't it? Ugh. Why don't you tell us what happened? Please. Dots. Alright, yeah. This Baskerville story is the latest Sholmes adventure, right? But it ain't been printed yet. So I figured, it's gotta be worth a fair few pieces of silver, right? Oh yes, at least 5,000 pounds. What? So you intended to sell Iris's manuscript, did you? No, Janie, how could you? What? Wait, no, hang on. Cause no one's gonna sell it. All I wanted to do was find out if the mental script or whatever you called it really was there or not. That's the only reason I was in the place. For Iris's sake. Isn't that right? Oh. You knew what you done from the start, Gina. Of course we did. We just needed you to admit it, but... I knew I wouldn't do anything mean like that, Jenny. I just knew it. Aw, look at her. Well, When I saw the manuscript in the storeroom, it reminded me of what he said the night before. Grown-ups are a lot worse than that, believe me. Bad-faced lies, a lot of them. He just ain't realized it yet. Dots. I'm telling you, a mental script ain't at Wendenbank's. You'd soon see if you had a look. If I'm honest, I've wondered if Hurley's telling me the truth sometimes. I mean, that I sometimes wonder if he might have hidden my manuscript somewhere I don't know. Even though it's wrong of me to doubt him. Oh, Jenny, that was so sweet of you. Dots. Alright. I'll tell her why I did it. Just stop looking at me like that, Iris. It went because of Iris. That's not why I did it. I just wanted to know the truth, that's all. You wanted to know if Mr. Sholmes is being honest. If he really deposited the manuscript at Wendenbank's. It's like I told you the night before. I never had a father. But Iris's lot ain't like mine. She got a dad, only she can't see him. And I reckon there's gotta be other. That's why she writes the stories. About her dad, really. That's what it sounded like to me anyway. Last night when I was listening to what you were saying. Stories about Daddy? You mean, they're not the adventures of a great detective, so much as the adventures of a great detective and his trusty partner. Well, that's how I see it, yeah. Dots. You're so thoughtful and so kind, Janie. Yes, and never thought differently, did we? Look, give it a rest, will ya? I ain't all this chummy nonsense, you hear? I hate it. I don't trust no one, alright? That's how I work. Because if you don't trust no one can let you down. So leave me alone. Go on, scupper. Dots. I hadn't noticed until now, but it's unmistakable. Right there on both sleeves of that overcoat. It's blood. There are some very suspicious red stains. What? Why are you staring at me like that? I think it might be worth presenting some of our other findings in that area to Gina now. Hang on, representation in court. Let's do that first. We already have the representation papers and other documents we need. All we have to do is hand them to the court clerk. That is, if you'd allow me to represent you in court tomorrow. Dots. Now, don't bother. Ginny, rip them up and chuck them, would ya? Them representation papers or whatever they're called. The cell ain't fancy enough to have a bin. So, what will you do in court tomorrow? I'll be fine on my own. I don't think you will be. Look, it don't matter. What's gonna happen is gonna happen. This is one stubborn pickpocket. Okay, let's present the portfolios. Take that! The stains on the sleeves are your new coat, Gina. Your blood, aren't they? Not that I know whose blood yet. What? Blood, Mr. Naruhodo. You don't appear to have any obvious wounds yourself, though. So could it be blood that splattered from Mr. Winnebeck when he was shot last night? Let's not beat around the bush here. This trusty friend of mine will get results much faster than anything else. Eh? Take it easy, Iris. Don't move, Ginny. I'm gonna Out of context, this is so freaking funny. Hang on. Oh my god. What color is it? It's purple! Oh, wait! But if it's wait, this is the evidence that McGilded killed, Mason. Oh my! What the? Forget the sleeves. The whole coat is covered in blood. Of course! The black color of the fabric was masking the stains. That's why we haven't seen them until now. And the blood has reacted with the chemicals to turn a purple color, which matches one of the samples we already collected perfectly. Yes. Now let's see. Who had the purple blood? Aha! Yes, it was the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, the victim of the murder case 2 months ago. Dots. I knew it. What are you all on about? The victim? What do you mean? Dots. Because this was the coat he wore that night. It's a rather uncomfortable situation, Mr. Naruhodo. But I think this makes things quite clear. It means the omnibus case is finally solved. The truth about who really murdered the brickmaker, Mr. Mason, is revealed. Oi! Will someone explain what's going on? Stop telling half the story. It was McGilded who killed him. We can see now that the victim's blood is all over Mr. McGilded's overcoat. But in a trial 2 months ago, the defendant said this in his testimony. Now I ask yous, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. But if you look at this overcoat now, it's clear. These stains couldn't have arisen from Mr. McGilded trying to pull the victim to his feet. No. That was what had really happened. The blood would have splashed all over the front of the coat. The only explanation for this pattern is that it was splattered over McGilded's clothes when he stabbed the victim in the stomach. I've tried to run from the truth for long enough, but there's no escaping it now. The true culprit in that case, Mr. Mason's killer, was Magnus McGilded. Mr. Naruhodo, that horrible case is solved at last. And I helped the men walk free from that trial. I used all that twisted testimony, all that sham evidence to prove his innocence. How could I have let that happen? Bruno, did you believe him though? Did you believe Mr. McGilded was innocent? I believed, or rather, I think I was trying to believe. I wanted to. Because believing in those you represent in court is a defense lawyer's greatest weapon. A weapon? Because that's what Kazuma taught us. A lawyer's weapon. Before I came to Great Britain, a great friend of mine taught me a valuable lesson. You mean Kazuma-sama? Where is that wind coming from? He just has that energy. Listen, Ryunosuke. We lawyers are only human. We can't know for sure what is the truth and what is a lie. That is why we must resort to our primary weapon. An unwavering belief in our clients. It's all we really have. Unwavering belief. Only when we truly believe what our clients tells us can we fight with everything we have for their cause. In any battle, there can be no victory without faith. So I believe you, unwaveringly. Dots. What's funny, Gina? Cool. Sounds like in this empire of Japan you come from. Everyone must be soft. Oh, come on. Look at the mess this got you into. Believing in that bog trotter. Yes. I inadvertently helped the murderer walk free. Well, at least you've learned your lesson now, eh? Believing in people's never worth it. Someone's always stabs you in the back in the end. As soon as you let your guard down, you've had it. Take a leaf out of my book. Believe no one. Get hurt by no one. We refuse. Gina, may I ask you something? What? I'd just like to make absolutely sure. What would you like us to do with these representation papers for tomorrow's trial? Dots. How many times do I have to say it? Rip them up and chuck them away. Are you really sure that's what you want? I bet that's what he wants and all now, Mr. I'm a believer lawyer over there. Don't forget it was me in that trial 2 months ago. I led everyone up the garden path, didn't I? And you're telling me you can believe in me after that? Not likely. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? Of course we can. A lawyer's primary weapon is an unwavering belief in his clients. Ultimately, it comes down to whether or not I feel I can trust Gina after everything that's happened. I trust her. Gina, let me say it again. Please allow me to represent you in tomorrow's trial. Are you half-baked? Not at all. You've not once admitted to committing the crime, have you? What's more, I believe that you're telling me the truth. Seriously, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Didn't you hear all of what I said before? I'm a born liar. Bibbs just tripped off me tongue. And I'm a diver, don't forget. I put the wool over your eyes 2 months ago. And got you into all sorts of trouble. Why would you ever trust me now? I just don't get it. Gina. I do understand why you choose not to put your trust in others. But I assure you, there is more to this life than you yet realize. What do you mean? The world we live in is full of people you would do very well to trust. People who won't ever let you down. That's a lot of blood splatter first time. I know, right? And it's from like a guy from a real thin frame. Like even if you stab like the stomach, unless you're telling me you stab like a very an artery, like a major artery connecting the heart, and just like spilled out like that. But at the stomach, like I don't know. That's a bit suspect. It's true that I'm just a student of law, and I'm certainly lacking in courtroom experience. But I can promise you this. Whatever happens, and until my very last breath, I'm completely on your side. Aw, Gina. Well, what'd you expect me to say to that? Aw, Gina! Then it's decided. I'll take these papers now and carry out the necessary preparations for tomorrow's trial. It would be a shame to throw them away now, after it's been penned with your name so beautifully. What you like? You Eastern Lala. Oh. I don't know what you are. I don't get ya. Gina's taking herself off to the back of her cell. She never admitted, but I hope she's feeling relieved. That turned out alright in the end, I think. Dots. Dots. Whoever's hiding in there, show yourself at once. Eavesdropping is a height of cowardice. Mrs. Sato? Wait. Somebody's there in the shadows. I can sense it. Somebody who wasn't there before. Damn, she really is the scariest person here. Damn, we're about to go. Let's go. What? Dots. Blimey. You're sharp, eh? Gregson. I suppose you were using one of those mystic Japanese arts, like the art of stuff I heard so much about. And if anyone's being stealthy, it was you, Inspector. Gregson! Oh dear me, I'm most terribly sorry, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you. How long have you been listening in on our conversation? Good grief, listening in? No, no, no. I just got word that there were some visitors who were refusing to leave even though it was after hours. I assure you, your ladyship, I only just arrived, this very minute, not a moment earlier. That's all it is. Nothing onto it, nothing at all. After hours? Is it that late already? So then, I'll humbly excuse myself now, your ladyship. Ta-ta, toodaloo, cheerio, all the best, bye, and bye and bye. That's a lot of farewells, and not one of them appropriate for her ladyship. Oh, but I wanted to have a chat. Oh? I'm terribly sorry, but time is pressing at the minute. Oh, I see. That's a shame. If I don't get this emergency at the Supreme Court dealt with sharpish, Lord Strongheart will, well, emergency? Lord Strongheart? Nothing, forgot I said anything. Anyway, I'm off. Alright, Gregsy, if you have to, well, let's chat soon. Delighted. John, can't wait. If you please, my pleasure. He's doing the Soseki thing, basically. That's a lot of pleasantries, and not one of them sounded sincere. Crexy's so funny. He says such silly things. It's certainly entertaining to see an inspector of the police fawning to a 10-year-old girl. But anyway, I wonder what this emergency is at the Supreme Court. I must attend the Count Clerk's office now before it closes. Yes, of course. Thank you, Mrs. Sato. Dots. Kindly escort Iris home now, Mr. Naruhodo. I shall meet you there later. And so our investigation came to an end. Sasato-san went to file the necessary papers for my client for my defense of Gina the following day. And then it hit me. I could no longer suppress the wretched feeling that had been gnawing away at my insides. Tomorrow, Sasato-san would be leaving Britain and making her way back to Japan. 16th April, 11:13 p.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Naruhodo-san, it's been a very trying day, hasn't it? I do hope you're not too exhausted. What about you, Sasato-san? Today has been even more trying for you, I'm sure. Mr. Sholmes was shot before our eyes. Gina was arrested. All on the back of the news that her father has fallen ill, and that she must return to Japan at once. I hope your father recovers soon. Thank you for your kind words. Dots. Dots. I wonder why it is that so many thoughts rage in my head like a storm. And yet, I'm unable to find the words to express any of them. I know exactly what you mean. Anyway, I have one final task to complete as your judicial assistant. Once that is done, I shall make preparations for my departure tomorrow. One final task. Going back to Japan. Spoon, hello! How are you doing? We're doing some Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. It's just 2 months since we arrived in London, but we managed to establish this office. It was finally feeling as though we were settling in. I would be lying if I said I felt no regret. I'm so sorry, Sasato-san. It's just so sudden. I really don't know what to think. That from overworking. Oh no! Make sure you get some rest, okay? I had no time to gather my thoughts. Dots. I know we've only been here a short time, but in my limited experience of the courtroom, I feel I've learned something. And what would that be? It seems to me there are many facets to people's personalities. Facets? Like a jewel, the light plays off them in complex patterns, illuminating their actions and their motives. But we see only a small number of the total facets, and what is illuminated is only a small part of the whole story. What lies in the shadows? What do those facets we cannot see look like? Perhaps there are some parts we'll never lay eyes on, as long as we live. It's so true. Sometimes I feel as though I'm blind to so much. But I keep hoping that one day, it will all be clear. That all the facets will be illuminated, and I'll finally understand how everything fits together. Naruhodo-san, I suppose what matters is that we keep our eyes open and keep moving forward, even if the way sometimes seems dark. Dots. It's amazing to think it's been just 2 months. We've grown so much. Oh, the smile. Sorry? I've what? Oh no, it was nothing. Unimportant. Tomorrow's departure. Do you know what time you will leave London in the morning? Yes. I picked up my ticket earlier. I shall be leaving here at 4 AM. 4 AM? I see. Well, I'll escort you to the station. Absolutely not. I'm sorry? I'm sure you realize why I couldn't possibly let you do that. You have a very important day ahead of you tomorrow. Gina's trial. Yes, I know, but every word you utter will have the potential to determine Gina's fate. You must get as much rest as possible. Even though, like me, I'm sure we will find it hard to sleep. But please, for me, do try. One final task. You mentioned one final task a moment ago. What did you mean? Oh my, I nearly forgot. Please, I want you to have this. That's your book? What is that? Some huge bundle of documents. It's my notes from the case 2 months ago. The murder that was committed on the omnibus. The McGilded case. It seems to me that this case of Mr. Winterbank's murder, of which Gina is accused, is very much tied up with that omnibus case, in ways that are not yet completely apparent. So I took the liberty of consolidating my writings about the case for you. Dots. With everything else she's had to think about. Susato-san still managed to do this, and all neatly laid out for me in her beautiful handwriting. It was my pleasure. I can only hope that it will bolster your case tomorrow for Gina. Thank you so much, Susato-san. I'll do my best to use it wisely. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. What do you mean? A complete failure? How? Okay. Sorry? I didn't quite catch what you said there. Oh, ignore me. I was just mumbling to myself. The McGilded case notes have been entered into the court record. Well, it's getting rather late. I think you should go to bed now, Naruhodo-san. I must finish packing up my things in my room. Sato-san, I wish you the very best of luck tomorrow. Good night. Wait! There's something I need to say. Hiya! Ah! What? What was that? Sasato, why? Why do you always do this? A secret technique of mine. The Sasato shutdown. Shutdown? Dots. Please, I implore you. Oh, wait, we're going night-night. If we have to voice our goodbyes. Her tears. I won't be able to hold back my tears. Sasato, no. Dots. Sasato-san. It truly had been a trying day. On our feet for hours, getting Gina to open up to us, and learning the truth about that nemesis of a case. Physically and mentally, I was exhausted. And yet the idea of sleep seemed impossible. But I forced myself to close my eyes. And as a cacophony of scenes of our lives here in London played through my mind. Eventually, my fatigue triumphed, and I fell into a deep sleep. Dots. 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 Honk shmee me 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 me. Honk shmee me 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 me. 17th April. The small hours. St. Sinner's Hospital, Ward 3. Ward 3? Yes, I quite understand. That is a great weight off my mind. Oh? Sholmes. Rest assured, I shall put everything in place exactly as we have discussed. Thank you so much. It has been an honor and a pleasure to be acquainted with you, Mr. Sholmes. This is Sasato, right? On the contrary, the pleasure has been mine. I bid you farewell, and Godspeed. My dear madam. To be continued. Next time, when we do the trial. Oh my god. This has been long. Dang. Yes, we will save. The trial part 1, and yeah, I'm gonna call it here. Wow, 4.5 hours. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. It was a lot more talking. Well, the investigation was a lot more than I expected. I did get a little tripped up because I didn't expect that I had to present the second ticket to Gregson. But yeah, we got there in the end. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna call it here. So thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. If you have the rest of the day going for you, please have a very wonderful rest of your day. if you need to rest and decompress and go to bed like I do, then Toyasumi to you. Good night, good night, good night. Yeah, I'm just jiving with the game. I'm having so much fun. I love the interactions. I love how it's written. I love like how, you know, a lot of things are making it like for the most part like pretty logical. And it's like it could be like hints of things that are fairly obvious, and it's just more of like how do we prove that like the things that we're thinking of, like how do we prove that to the jury, among other things. Yeah, so I'm enjoying everything so far. I'm looking forward to like how the trial will be when I play next time. So I feel like I want to do the trial tomorrow, so we'll be doing one more stream of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles for tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. That should be pretty good. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. So let's do a raid. So I'll pull my raid message, my raid alt, and my raid sub. So please copy whichever raid message you're able to copy, and we'll be making our way over to Charlie. There we go. Yep. So for those that don't know Charlie, Charlie is an immortal nymph that lives in forest, and she is currently playing Ale and Till Tavern. She's doing a collab with Hisa right now, like playing Ale and Till Tavern. They're running a little Christmas tavern, so that should be pretty chill after all the heavy notes and the little sad near goodbye that Sisato and Ryunosuke had. So yeah, let's head on over and give them a Snow Patrol greeting, shall we? Yeah. So yeah, more Great Ace Attorney Chronicles tomorrow, and I shall see y'all tomorrow. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. So let's Toya, and as always, this has been Toya, and I'll see ya.